Yeah. Check. Okay. So after a little bit of fucking frustration, I've managed to quote unquote faithfully restore the Final Fantasy VIII PC version back to its original form, man. Let me explain. Because it's a hassle, man. It's very fucking hard to play this game. It's hard to play the original version of Final Fantasy VIII these days. We've got the remaster, but it looks like food dye poured onto dog shit. It looks that bad. And on top of that, the Steam version doesn't come with the original soundtrack. It comes with the fucking MIDI soundtrack. I have no problem with MIDI on its own. It's a brilliant piece of technology that I still sometimes rely on in music production. But the OST in MIDI form stinks. So I've gone, this is why I'm late. I just went and replaced the soundtrack with the original one. So when you were hearing, this is probably my favorite soundtrack in the entire franchise. And that's saying something. We just come off the back of Final Fantasy VII. And, well, we don't really need to talk about how good that one was. So I wanted to make sure to get myself a bit smaller, man. I feel like I'm invading the screen a bit. Shouts out to BB. Shouts out to Pudgy. Pudgy, thank you very much for the follow on Twitter. God knows how you fucking found. I need to update. I need the right spurt of motivation to go and update my YouTube and stuff, and maybe post a video for old school supporters that don't know what the fuck I'm doing. They just want music from me. That's fine. A part of the reason I set up shop on here instead of Twitch, which is where we were before, is so we could have some of those old school supporters drop in if they're still using the same accounts and etc. We've had that happen a few times before, but I want to respect both sides of the fence, man. On this channel particularly, I really like doing this sort of content. If you like it, even fucking better, fantastic, because this is what I'm made to do at this point, especially in regards to media that I really like. So I've got notes. The Steam version doesn't like you alt tabbing, so I'm gonna try not to alt tab as much as I can. We'll see if I really need the notes. To be honest, there were only points towards the end of Final Fantasy VII that I needed to lean on notes a little bit, and to be honest, during the credits, I think my summary of Final Fantasy VII yesterday was a little bit messy. So when we get Rebirth on the 23rd, I'll touch down. I'll lay everything out again, so we can continue giving Final Fantasy VII, the remake compilation, the same treatment we gave remake. That went really well. So I thank you very much to Pudgy BB and anybody else who was in that for the long haul. I'm quite happy with how that came out. I think my performance for analysis was a little bit shy last night, but alas, we've got a new title here. I'm not thinking about how I'm going to deliver it, because this is all, there's no voice acting. I'd be silly to try and do voices for all the characters, although voices are probably going to slip in at some point just to keep myself sane. But I'll always make sure people have the right amount of context for everything going on. And with that said, we will get going. We're about to see what is not only my favorite Final Fantasy intro, but my favorite game intro, period. This opening cutscene is a work of art, man. And this is the first time we're going to see motion capping used in Final Fantasy games. Motion capping was still a bit of a rarity back in 1998, 1999, whilst this was being developed. Game came out in 1999, and you are instantly going to see a lot of that Y2K late 90s angst, that Nine Inch Nails vibes, that Nine Inch Nails aesthetic. You know what I mean? We're gonna kick this off pretty heavily. I'm gonna get very excited during this, so I'm just gonna let it play out, and then I'll get excited afterwards. Bless you, Pudgy. That's good to know as well, brother. I'm glad you're under the all hats as well. Oh, I'm here for all of that, man. Ah! There it is, man. Notice the parallels between these guys and how are serving as absolute opposites as well. We've got our guy in black, other guy in white. One of them's using the keyblade, the gunblade two-handed. The other's using it single-handed. This is all character building already. We can already learn a lot about these two characters. That was Fithos Lusek, the first live recorded song for the Final Fantasy franchise as well. Absolutely fucking extraordinary. So, before Dr. Kowalski tells me off, let me, because most of that song is in legitimate Latin, but not all of it. We'll go through the bits that are Latin, and then I'll tell you why the remainder. It sounds like Latin, but it isn't actually. So, Vivos Lusek, Vicos Vinosek. That's the bit that you'll hear chanted over and over again in these soundtracks, in the soundtrack overall. This is the bit that isn't actually Latin, but I'll tell you exactly what it means in a minute. So the lyrics, the direct translation for the Latin part of the lyrics are: "Wake up from sleep, my children, the crib is no more. Wake up from the sleep, fated children, your slumber is gone. Arise, discover the garden of vernal truth. With the fiery truth, burn down the evils of the world. With the fiery truth, illuminate the darkness of the world. Farewell, children, until the fated day. Fifos lusek, vikos vinosek." And the... Type it out, man. So, Fifos, Lusek, Vekos. Not many people know this shit, man. So we're going to start this off. That's the faux Latin. What it actually is an anagram for... So, Fifos, Lusek, Vekos, Vinosek is a anagram for succession of witches and love, which is baseline the entire theme for what we're going to be the events of Final Fantasy VIII going forward. That's not so much of a spoiler. I already said yesterday, but well, Final Fantasy VIII was marketed as a love story, which I thought was pretty fucking bold. But it actually did all right in sales, man. Not as good as Final Fantasy VII, but alas, we've got details galore already with a fucking it's just blows my mind. But to touch down on the lyrics, and then we can move it. Wake up from the sleep, my children, the crib is no more. Wake up from the sleep, fainted children, your slumber is gone. The crib is no more. Effectively, it's time to grow up. What we're going to be seeing is a bit of a high school drama in a sense. What I want you to maintain is that all of these characters are kids. Squall is 17, so a lot of people pile on Squall for being a bit of a quote-unquote emo character. I'm going to be arguing the point that Squall is acting as any other 17-year-old would, especially under the circumstances which we're going to find him and the past that the character has. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. So we've woken up directly after that cutscene. Don't know where we are yet. I'm going to let the game kind of unravel itself as it would, and then we'll get into the minutiae as we go. But I want everybody to kind of get a nice introduction, as you would do if you were playing it yourself. I'm not going to jump ahead this time either, like we did with 7, because I know a lot of people haven't played this that might be watching. So we'll be, instead of Final Fantasy VII, where we're kind of bouncing around a little bit, based on like Aerith is Aerith, Cloud, and Sephiroth are pop culture in a way that Squall and some of the characters we're going to meet aren't. So this game is going to be packed full of mysteries, and I want to kind of respect that, certainly.
Take it easy next time you hear it. Looks like your eyes are focusing, boy. Say your name. Say you should be fine. Say your name. I don't mind why.
We're going to keep all the default names.
Why don't you take it easy in training? You might get not so lucky next time, boy.
Tell that to Cypher, which we can assume to be the person he was contesting against. Again, black and white. They are foils, perfect foils of each other, and we'll learn why as we progress, obviously. But Squall has a big nasty scar on his face, and right at the end of that cutscene, we saw Squall put a mirroring scar on Cypher's face. So they are now perfect mirrors of each other, right down to the scar. Light hair, dark hair. white attire, black attire.
That's Alpha won't listen to anyone. Why don't you ignore him?
I can't just run away.
You want to be cool, huh? Well, don't get hurt in the process.
Let's see. Your instructor is the Stone Cold Fox. That is Quiztis, man. Here she comes, man. I love Quiztis, man. She is my one true, I think.
You'll probably leave a scar. Big ugly facial deformity, but it's fine.
Serious lady.
Squall, so we meet again.
Look at her, man. Look at her. This is Instructor Treep. Quistis Treep. Do it, Beaver, you are Cypher. Come on, let's go. Today's the field exam. It took a little bit of work to get this restored to its original glory, and I have actually upscaled the textures as well, just not to the degree that Remaster did them.
It's so funny.
She might be my fave. I'll talk because unlike 7, which has quite a developed supporting cast, Final Fantasy VIII does have a great supporting cast, but there's more of an emphasis on supporting. So they all have character arcs. They've all got some mysterious trauma that we're not going to talk about until way later. But trust me when I say that trauma is going to feature as a big discussion, maybe even a bigger discussion, because the way that trauma is discussed and presented in Final Fantasy VIII is far more on the nose than it is in 7. These are damaged characters, and we are told that they are damaged, whereas Cloud's condition is kind of kept behind the veil until the latter parts. Budget really went down from FF7 to a degree. Another thing I should mention before we get going. Sakaguchi, this is the first title that Sakaguchi didn't directly physically develop. He was still giving notes on it as a producer. But Sakaguchi being the father of Final Fantasy and missing for this one, it's quite a big deal. So Katase and Nomura and Nojima and all of those boys ran the show for this one, while Sakaguchi was working in Hawaii on the Final Fantasy movie, which was a bust. Spirit something, I can't remember. It wasn't good. Didn't go the way that they wanted to. So this is the reason one of the reasons we haven't got small chibi characters, and Sakaguchi returning to 9 is the reason that we see a return to those. Very briefly, see a return to the smaller chibi characters with the big heads and stubby bodies.
I feel like I'm beginning to understand my student a little less, huh?
More complex than you think.
Then tell me.
Tell me more about yourself. None of your
business.
Quistis is proven to Cloud that he's not all the enigma that he wants to make himself out to be already. There's many reasons that Squall is... do I keep on saying Cloud? Do I keep on Freudian slipping for no reason? If I ever say Cloud, then I just pile past it. Assume I'm talking about Squall.
Good morning, class. Let's start with today's schedule. There seem to be some rumors flying around since yesterday.
Yes, the field exam for seed candidates, capital S, capital D, SEED, will begin later this afternoon. Those not participating and those who failed last week's written test are to remain here in the study hall. Field exam participants will have free time until the exam. Just be sure you're in top condition. Meet in the hall at 1600 hours. I'll announce the team's assignments there.
Any questions?
Oh, and Cypher. Do not injure your fucking partner while training by cutting your fucking signature into his forehead. Be careful. Field exam participants, I will see you all later. And Squall, I need to talk to you, sugar tits. Oh, that's inappropriate. Yeah, this is it, man. Like, one thing they've done well, and they did this in Final Fantasy VII as well. Cloud has bright yellow hair, and in the original, he's wearing his purple soldier jumpsuit thingy, which directly contrasts with the morbid greens and sickly palette of Midgar. We're getting the very same thing here. We've got quite fragrant backgrounds by all accounts, and Squall is black and white, so he contrasts perfectly against these backgrounds already. Shouts out to Tommy S, man. Good to have you, brother. Before we step to the front of class, man, there's actually a little computer deck here. We'll turn it on, man. What a pain. And we can actually learn a little bit about the world. I won't go ham on this. I'm just going to see if I can find some of the stuff about how the world operates, because there's a lot of about sorceresses and magic. Okay, sorceresses and magic. A woman who has inherited the power of a sorceress. The origins of the sorceress go back to ancient times during Hein's reign. However, there is no factual evidence. So we're gonna be like I say, what was it? Phthos, Lusek, Vekos, Inosek is a anagram for succession of witches that love, and that's probably the biggest theme we're gonna see throughout the game's events. A little bit of a chat board. You can, if I sat, we could go through all of this, man. A lot of people miss this, but we see initials of people like ZD. We're going to learn who ZD is. This board was set up by a character called Selfie, and we're able to get a little bit of context on them before we even meet the motherfuckers. Been thinking on this game a lot since I watched you last. Haven't rounded it since I was a kid, and I'm seeing the whole story in a new light. That good, man. That's what we're here for, bro. I've been really looking forward to I'm done. I'm really looking forward to going through this. It'll be a bit trickier on the narration side because remake's voiced, you know. The one reason I didn't play this on stream ages ago is because I was a bit worried about all of the text, but we're not going to worry about all of the text. I'll just make sure everybody's caught up, and we'll dig into all the details in the same way that we did with Final Fantasy VII. And hopefully, yeah, we can teach people that are already familiar a few little details and stuff, man. I like to go beyond the top layer, and maybe even beyond the second layer, something like that. But if you were here for our Final Fantasy VII remake playthrough, you know that we hit levels, man. We went into some pretty dark stuff at times, and it wasn't for the sake of making it dark. We just had talking points. The game gave us talking points and reasons to suspect that some of our theories about Cloud's reactions to trauma, what Sephiroth and Jenova represent in a meta context, more so than a narrative context. I'm going to do all the same with this, man. But this is going to be a pure vibe, man. For the most part, even if you're not able to watch the stream with your eyes all the time, man, I made sure we got the original soundtrack back, so it'll be a vibe. One way or another, I hope people enjoy the playthrough. Good to have you, Tommy.
There. Teehee, I'm fine. I was kind of in a hurry. Oh yeah, did you just come from that class?
Is homeroom over?
Well, oh no.
This place is so much bigger than my last garden. Capital G on garden.
Oh, hey.
I just transferred here. Do you think you could give me a quick tour of this garden? Sure. Normally I wouldn't, because I know where everything is. But we're going to pretend that I don't. We'll take the elevator to the first floor lobby, and I'll show you the directory. So in Final Fantasy VIII, gardens are schools, but they're not just schools. They are military academies where you still receive your education in all the other stuff as well. But primarily, this is a staging ground for child soldiers, child mercenaries. And we'll learn why this institution was set up, what purpose it's serving, and we'll get into some of the politics between this garden, which we're going to find out is called Balam Garden, B-A-L-A-M-B, and it's going to be a fucking trip.
Well, this is it.
Balam Garden is pretty big. It's a good idea to check where you want to go and select it here. Auntie, good to see you, man. I find this very nice to listen to while I paint miniatures, especially when you delve into the mythological, esoteric, and deeper metaphorical levels of the game. Fucking perfect, man. Good to have you, bro. Yeah, don't worry. If you just want to kick back and vibe, like I'm very good at filling radio silence. So feel free to kick back, man. It's Friday, so I appreciate all of you coming out anyway. Because I was humming and hawing over whether I should do it on Fridays, but or today in specificity, obviously. But appreciate the turnout, guys. And if you do have to drop out or whatever, if you need to go get crunk in the city, then we'll have the VODs as well. Because I never got into the FF series, even though I know the lore is a banger. Absolutely, it's never too late either, man, for these core ones. Like, there'll still be stuff that I miss, and the catharsis that these games present is still. Well, I don't know. I've got rose-tinted glasses, obviously, but I'm presenting these games in a modern light, modern context, as well as a historical context. So we'll take into account when the game was made and how that's affected the development, the themes of the game, and the narrative. And of course, we'll go into all the esoterical stuff. I've got Thus Spoke Zarathustra right in front of me, because I needed it to go and get notes on Eternal Recurrence. So I actually went and read a book to prepare for this stream, man, over the last couple of days. I was reading it anyway, but Eternal Recurrence, one of Nietzsche's concepts of time, is going to be a big talking point later on. It's nothing too convoluted, don't worry, although this game does try and get quite convoluted. I'm going to make sure that everybody is caught up when the weird shit starts happening.
What's the matter?
Next, we have the Quad, located in the West Block. There's an event being planned there. I know. It's the Garden Festival. It's going to be great. I'm planning on to be on the committee. You want to help out too? Let's just continue south. That'll be my squall voice. South of the West Block is the infirmary. This is where you get treated for your injury. For a lot of advice. Not me, though. Appreciate you, man. I really appreciate it, Auntie. That's so good to hear. Now the East Block. This is the training center. Sorry, it's the only was open at it's and they real monster. Oh, good man. You'll be all caught up then, man. Absolutely. Great book. Just read it as well. Yeah, it's difficult to. So I'm so scattershot in my pursuits, man. My problem is historically I try and juggle too many hobbies, man. But I just enjoy a lot of shit, man. It all kind of folds in together, you know. The philosophy, the art, the music, the aesthetic overall. The philosophy and stuff. All of this was originally inspired by games like this. I think it was BioShock, which we'll touch on at some point, that really, because I played that at the right time in my teen years, where philosophy was starting to become a thing in my head. You know what I mean? That was the first game where I was like, wow, philosophy. But the source is all of the existential horror and stuff that the original Final Fantasies presented. Even 9's pretty heavy on it, and 9 can be quite jovial in comparison to some of these other games, particularly 7 and 8, which kind of start off on quite gritty footings. We're going to be playing a little bit of Triple Triad. I'm actually waiting for this one kid, because we're going to be doing some bullshit with the game's mechanics. we're gonna be using the game against itself, so we can cut through a lot of the fat. We're not gonna rush through, but knowing that this game operates on a level scaling system and knowing how to exploit that system to keep the game fairly smooth for the focus of our playthrough, we're not going to be doing any grinding like that. We're gonna render grinding redundant. We're not going to need to do it, and I'll tell you why playing triple triad is the way to do this in Final Fantasy VIII. But for now, we just need to win a few cards, bro. There was just so much interesting shit in life to stay in. Well, absolutely, man. Absolutely. As an artist, I'm sure you could agree. All of that comes back to the source at some point. Eventually, it all leads back to your vision, and because there are no original ideas in the world anymore. You're always, even subconsciously, you will be. I'm getting wrecked. You will always kind of be siphoning what came before the thing that you're working on. It's just a fact of life. It's like original sin. But yeah, say less for now. Go do that. Draw. I want this guy's Moogle card. He didn't actually play it then, but I want his fucking Moogle card, bro. These cards are ass. Actually, I might get a guide up just so I can beeline between the important cards and whatnot. Oh man, I'm getting my shit pushed in by this 12-year-old. Motherfucker. It did integrate triple triad very faithfully into Final Fantasy XIV as well. Definitely a time sink. I highly recommend card. Absolutely. I've got the Collected Unconscious in there. Still need to read through all of it, man. Big. In fact, I'll get some notes on Jungian archetypes because I actually missed out on the Jungian archetypes for Final Fantasy VII, but fucking fantastic call, my man. Absolutely. Brilliant. I appreciate your company, man. You know what? We'll go see Treat. Get a move on for now. And I'll get a cheeky little guide up, man, just to keep me on the straight and narrow. Not through there? Oh, it's this way. I'm so glad that I went through the effort. It was only a little effort, man, but it was more effort than I remembered it being. Getting this Steam version working with the original music and stuff. I've upscaled the textures a bit. So Squall looks a bit more monstrous than he might, especially since we're not playing on a CRT device, which, yeah, as we were, it helped back in the day, man. Those scan lines really helped. It's a shame there's not like a filter or anything, but it'd be artificial. It wouldn't be the same, you know what I mean? My girl, wow. I've never seen Treep's Quisitis' face so clear in the original, actually. These textures are all right. Squall, you're forgetting something. You're GF. Not that kind of GF. Quetzalcoatl is going to be our first GF, and Shiva's going to be our second. GF stands for Guardian Force, not Girlfriend. I have a few things to explain before we head off. GF gives us strength. The stronger the GF, the stronger we become. True to life, man. Behind every great man is a greater woman, as they say. So here's a brief explanation on junctioning a GF. So I had sausages for lunch. 420. Right. Not gonna listen to the boy, oh man. One of the bigger problems people have with this game is how it delivers, how it teaches its mechanics. I know what I'm doing, and I can probably explain it a bit clearer than our tutor Quiztis can. I'll just power through this for now. Well, you can technically say, "Oh, Shiva is my GF," and that would work. You can. Can we get a GF before the start of the story? No, we can't. But rest assured, the whole point is Squall really wants a girlfriend. He can't. He's just not ready for it, man. But there will be girlfriends and boyfriends at some point in the story. Not just between the lead characters who do eventually get it on. Because we're also going to see a little bit about courtship in Japanese culture as well. How the whole dating and courting thing works in Japan. It's less the case these days, but remember, game was made in 1999, so whilst a lot of these things will have changed, I'll still talk about how it ended up in the game, because Kitase and Nomura, Nojima, and all them reminisce quite a lot about high school during the conceptualization of Final Fantasy VIII, and we can see that loud and clear. But talking about the Japanese school system links to some of the things we were talking about with Final Fantasy VII. We're kind of getting onto the lower level of that. We don't really get the education angle at any point in Final Fantasy VII. We talked about the Shinra Museum and stuff like that, and how that was probably presented as it was, as a means to indoctrinate children. Here we also see children indoctrinated into, I guess you could say, violent ideals. The idea behind the Guardians isn't to be a malevolent force. It's not to be. They're not to be oppressors. They are mercenaries. So they are supposed to be helping people, but when helping people means being hired to go on one side in a war, it gets a bit complicated. There's a lot of just following orders rhetoric to behold as we get into this, man. I'm trying to picture in my head where we might get up to today, but we'll definitely bite the head off the game over the next couple of weeks. We'll be done before Rebirth, certainly. So one of my favorite Final Fantasy YouTubers, a guy called Alleyway Jack. Shouts out to Alleyway Jack. He's taught me a lot about this game. He recently posted a video about a new Final Fantasy VIII player in the modern age within the last year, who couldn't find their way to the fire cavern. Just to make clear, this is the fire cavern, and that is where we came from. This person got trolled pretty fucking hard, but the reason that Alleyway Jack decided to make the video was because it perfectly illustrates how gaming conventions have changed over the years. These days, if we were playing Final Fantasy VIII, we'd have a fucking quest marker, no doubts about it. In this, it's you're given directions. Head east, motherfucker. I'm not going to tell you again. We're going to see this. We're going to see mazes. We're going to be traveling the world to find particular objects and stuff later on. It's going to get convoluted for players that aren't used to having their hand held in some way. And I could forgive anybody. I could potentially forgive myself for missing out on that in this day and age, just because think about The Witcher and Cyberpunk and all of these mainstream RPGs. Cyberpunk's not really an RPG, but you don't really need to think about what you're doing, where you're going, or who you're talking to, because if you tune out, somebody's going to be bullying you to go the right way anyway, or you're just going to have a big grubby trail on your map. One of the cool things about Squall's Gunblade, if I tap R1 just before he connects, it will always be a critical hit. No other characters have this, but it gives the Gunblade a little bit more diegesis, I guess. It feels like it's not just a sword. Gotta get my junctions on. You can have sheep. Oh, magic, yeah. Yeah, the junction system, this stuff I'm playing with right now is very fucking... This divided a lot of people. It does now, and it does then. I'd say people are more comfortable with it these days than they ever have been. Now that the internet being able to lay out things in more detail than the game was ever able to give. I've got a weird order for these things. I'm not going to be using my GF just yet. In fact, there is quietly behind the scenes right now, there is a scoring system going on that has numerous categories, and it's not just for the fire cavern where we're going now. But we're going to be getting scored on very minor things over the course of the next 2 hours. And the game never specifies exactly what you're being judged on, but there are 5 categories. And when we eventually delivered our test scores, we'll go over what each of those categories was responsible for. Because we're going to go on a bigger mission soon, and there are very minor slip-ups you can make that can affect your rank. And you are going to be graded and given a salary based on your seed rank. I'll say that again. You are going to be graded and given a salary based on how well you perform as a student. Oh, Quistis, I do love you, my girl, but you just don't explain this stuff well. And I wouldn't blame you, Pudgy. I think the first time I played it as a Sprout, I followed the road straight away as well. Fortunately, the starting island that we're on, Balam, is not too big. I think they've set this up quite well. But that poor guy that couldn't find his way did get a bit bullied, man. Not in a mean way. But people were just saying like, "Oh, wait until you get to this bit. Wait until you get to this bit, man." The status screen shows, yeah. Shows your status, don't it? Yeah. Look at all this information, man. We've had, bearing in mind, we've had one fight against a bug so far. I've still got an issue with how they deliver their tutorials, man. And this isn't the last one either, man. Quistis is going to lecture us again before we're done. I need to get, so you'll see like B1, B2. I need to replace those buttons with, this is another problem with the Steam version, man. It's one of the fixes I forgot to do before stream. But don't worry. I know the buttons, so we should be all right. Although there is a sequence on disc 2 where I'm going to need to know exactly what buttons I'm pressing. I think I remember getting up to that the last time I played this game, and I just couldn't progress. I had to go out and get the buttons switched out. Yeah, let's go, bro. I'm ready! I'm his support. Instructor number 14, Quistis Treep.
Select a time limit. Choose one suited to your abilities, challenging yet unreasonable.
10 minutes.
Very well, good luck.
I can't believe you can go up to 40 minutes, bro. That's crazy. Trust, we'll be fine with 10 minutes. And this is going to help us boost our test scores up a little bit from the jump. And this might be a new one as well, like dialogue boxes whilst we're on the move. I don't know if 7 did that. You know, the boys often choke on this test when I come with them. I guess my charm makes them nervous. Whatever. What Squall will be seen. So these little see-through boxes are, Squall's internal thoughts. More often than not, in the English translation, you will get ... whatever, which is one of the reasons that a lot of the original fan base considered Squall to be a bit of a sulky little asshole. I can't blame them for that. In the Japanese translation, he's a bit less flippant. Whereas here we will see whatever used a lot as a way of Squall kind of like, yeah, whatever, man, rolling his eyes a bit. In the Japanese translation, it's more in line with yeah, no problem, or you know, just kind of offhandedly thanking people, not completely sarcastic, but just like, right, okay, that's fine. He's a little bit less of a dickbag in the Japanese translation, but we still get most aspects of his character. We're not really missing out on anything, but I will point out the little details like that. But yeah, Squall is dismissive. He's a little bit angsty. He's just at that age. He's a traumatized 17-year-old boy, and he's going to act like it. But I understand why a lot of the fan base doesn't really get on with Squall. He is a bit of a thumbsucker at times, man. He's just got no time for anybody, pushes everybody away. But there are reasons, dark adult reasons, that legitimize my playthrough of this game in my senior years. Talk about how magic works as well. It's a weird one, man. Coming from Materia, it's a bit of a transition. Bomb, an elemental monster. Use an ice attack for these. Check the monster's weaknesses with scan. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. No, just attack him, girl. Fine. Don't think I've even got ice magic yet. Okay. We need to get these bombs going. They need to go first. I'll speed up a little bit. For reasons we're actually going to be holding off on using magic for quite a lot of the playthrough. I'll go into why. But it's got a lot to do with our reasons for engaging in Triple Triad and playing the card game, which I'm plotting over in my head because I don't want there to be too much time tied up on secondary stuff. So we'll see. I might just play Triple Triad when it feels natural, and get through the game fairly. Yeah, we'll make sure we keep a bit of momentum, man. That keeps the commentary a higher tier than it would be if I was powering through padding content, as some of you may well know, which causes me to lose my mind temporarily. It's like a 5-frame buffer for hitting that critical, so it's not that bad. You don't need to be frame perfect. Feels like a 5-frame buffer or something like that. I've got a weird spider sense for frame data after all my time playing fighting games, man. It's a little bit autistic. I know it's majorly autistic. Vampire Fang. Oh, random battles, by the way. Welcome back. Because we're not playing the remastered version, we aren't privy to the fast forward booster, which is present in every turn-based JRPG that comes out now, whether it's a remaster or it's Octopath Traveler. I'm pretty sure Octopath Traveler has... oops, I should have drawn. I'm pretty sure. I know Bravely Default does. Persona kind of does. At least the newer Personas do. Which is, it's funny. Coming from being somebody that grew up with turn-based combat and had no problem kind of, just sweating it out. It's funny how sensibilities have changed in the market. Hi, boy. Got nicotine today as well, so I won't be screaming as much. One of the best boss themes in the franchise, easily. I think the actual battle theme's all right, but this is a banger. You can just hear Uematsu jamming the fuck out. It's got this descending, ascending sort of arpeggio going on, and which kind of subliminally is how sirens operate. Sirens go ooh. So having this arpeggio line go, it invokes this sense of urgency, on a fairly subliminal level, I would argue. You can also hear it done in Genocide by Dr. Dre, which is a fantastic song, but you'll hear exactly the same thing, a little bit clearer in that one. But I don't know if Dr. Dre's intention was to invoke the symptoms of sirens, I guess you could say. But to me, that is what it is evocative of. I could be completely off base. Can't remember who taught me this. This isn't an original thought by any means. It might have even been when discussing this actual track. Somebody doing a bit of an analysis on the soundtrack where I learnt that. Right, limit breaks. Limit breaks don't operate on a... Limit breaks don't have their own resource anymore. Instead, and this is one of the ways we're going to be cheesing our way through the game, if you're on low health and just switch characters, which is free to do, you can just do that until eventually you'll be given the good stuff. Look how beautiful this game is, man. This game is 10 years ahead of its time. Not in visual fidelity, but my God, man, like all the special effects and all the sound effects, like I'm the sound effects make it for me, more than a lot of things, I think. It was well worth me fretting about with the soundtrack, man. That's going to do great things for my blood pressure as we go through this, I think. Girl, it's a bit hot in here. Do you want to wait until we get outside? I do love you, Christis. I do. But we're stood in a volcano of some description. It's very hot in here. You didn't tell me I needed sun cream for this. Damn. So we can directly, similar to how the elemental linking material works in Remake, we can equip elemental magic or... What is it? What's the fucking word, Moose? Status magic, like poison and stuff like that. We can put that on our weapons and equipment, giving us either damage in that element or resistance to that element, which really opens the floor for a lot of customization in a way that the world wasn't all too ready to embrace at the time. But as I say, opinions kind of come around on it, and people do give it its dues these days far more than they used to. I really like it because of the ceiling it has to it. Really good, knowledgeable Final Fantasy VIII players will break this game open completely in the first few hours, man. In the first few hours, actually, it takes a bit more than that. If you're really determined, there are ways to get Squall's legendary weapon before leaving Palam Island, which is where we're situated at the moment. I've never done it myself. I don't think we'll be doing that here because it does require a lot of grinding of cards and stuff like that. We are going to be turning cards into items at some point, which is why we might want to pick up some cards along the way, although we will find cards quite naturally as we progress in some places. It's a sensory, it's just splendor. Even we're nearly 30 years since this game was released, and I'm always just dragged right back into it. I feel my blood pressure drop. I feel relaxed, and a lot of games these days generally don't offer that. I get a bit of anxiety, not actual fucking debilitating anxiety about games, but things like option paralysis and just being dragged by my wrist through the game, and being confronted with things that I haven't really built up enough of a rapport with the game to really care about. I suffered with that. Witcher 3, I still haven't completed. I've sank over 100 hours into it, but it fucking wore me out, bro. And sometimes my eyes would roll back and I'd just fucking disassociate when people were talking. It's not because the world building and narrative of The Witcher 3 is bad. It's some of the best in the market still. Oh, fucking hell, I thought I was going to bug out then. But there's something to be said about having to read text. And this is where the poor guy that couldn't find the fire cavern got stuck. It came from a generation that isn't too accustomed to reading large amounts of text, which is fine. Systems change. sensibilities change. But I'm old as fuck now, and old habits die hard for me. I think I always come back to these formative experiences because, as we said with 7, they kind of set me on a path that I've always been quite comfortable being on. And that is the hallmark of my creativity are these initial 3 Final Fantasy titles that I played, 7, 8, and 9, then 6, then 10, then 4, then 5. I think I've done 3, I've not done 1 and 2. And I love these dithered, pixelated backgrounds. The thing, so with the HD remaster, when they say remaster, all they really mean is we updated the textures for the lead characters and certain NPCs, but not all NPCs. They didn't redo the backgrounds. Instead, they upscaled them and blurred them, so they didn't look as dithered as they do here. And so you've got these stark, sharpened, modern textures on your characters, on top of this blurred, original, upscaled mess of the pre-rendered backgrounds. And I just said, fucking no, bro. I'd rather fuck about try to fix up the Steam version. Which is why I was 25 minutes late. In fact, run the fuck away. Run the fuck away. Which buttons is it? Which buttons is it? Do I run away? I'm gonna need to know that later on. Actually, no, I'm not. Fuck it. We're gonna. There's a enemy coming up in a bit that the game tells you to run away from because it is pretty fucking hench at that stage in the game. But considering some of my buttons are jumbled, we'll try and do a never run away playthrough. Never run away playthrough. We'll see. I might shuffle those about, but I'm not too worried. These camera angles as well, man, to die for. There's a lot to like about the cinematics present, not just in the cinematics. Yeah, for some reason, pause is on R2. That's out to Jared Ryan. Do you think an AI program could just upscale the backgrounds at this point? Seen some mods and Bethesda games that did it, and they look pretty good. I'd say where AI is at now, they could probably do a bit of a better job. You could probably regenerate them, to be honest. It just seemed like such of a rush job. But I'd say probably could, yeah. Oh, I need to draw from you. Shouts out to Jared, man. It's good to have you, bro. I was disappointed with the remaster, and I foolishly bought it thinking it was going to satisfy my OG pretentiousness, but the one thing it did do right that the original Steam version doesn't do is implement the original OST, which is vitally so important, man. The MIDI soundtrack stinks. I think where AI is right now, they could have done a better job, definitely. And that's a good use of AI, man. I do follow AI pretty closely. I am not somebody who is against AI, even as an artist, man. I've actually integrated AI pretty heavily into parts of my process. Shamelessly, I will add. It's one of those things that I think we ought to embrace because it's going to become a very real element to our daily life. It kind of already has, but I think it's inevitable that many of these systems that are developing now are going to form the core of many of a lot of the things that we do at the moment are going to be turned on their head by the introduction of developing AI models, be it language learning models or what have you. I'd be remiss, I think, from my perspective, and I used to be somebody that kind of rejected trends as well. These days, I'm a lot more open with it. Like I originally rejected Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then I got over myself, and hey presto, it actually floored me completely. I was so impressed with it that I went and ranted about it for 35 hours with you guys over the last couple of weeks. The remaster disappointed me too. They dropped the ball on the analog controls. They've got it so Squall moves in solid digital direction instead of true analog. Oh, what, like eight axis? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? So I believe, and this isn't just the case with Square, but a lot of game studios used to have a big trouble with backing up the code or whatever. So I can only imagine that they had to rebuild a lot of the systems, man. And it wouldn't have been Square that did it. They would have handed it off to a studio. There's no way. I don't know who developed the remaster, but I'd bet it was a small team. I bet it was a small team, a third-party developer house, and then published by Square. I tried to find mods to just restore the original textures for the characters. I would have been happy with that. As it stands, though, I was like, that scene when we were in the classroom before, you've got Cypher, Squall, I believe Zoo's in there as well, who we're going to meet in a bit. Those three characters, and Quiztis, they all have the updated textures in the remaster, but nobody else in the room does, and the backgrounds don't either, so it's fucking awful. It's really, really bad, and I'm quite disappointed that most people and most, like Grok, the Google Gemini, when I was searching about it, like what's the best way to play Final Fantasy VIII right now? More often than not, you're going to be told to play remaster, and then somewhere underneath that, if you can be asked modding the Steam version, just do that. It's a bit of a pain, but I would recommend anybody looking to play this who looking to get in the original Steam version and spending half an hour modding it. It's not that bad. It can be if you're going for big overhauls on a lot of the visual stuff, but for the most part, I did all of it in the 25 minutes it took me to get here. I should have prepared a bit earlier, but I was like, well, maybe the MIDI soundtrack isn't that bad. It's a bit bad. It's a bit bad, and I've got nothing against MIDI. I really like MIDI as a technology, but yes, for this soundtrack in particular, we need the original. I didn't even go for, like, there are some remaster mods as well, like the group, the Black Mages, who do a lot of Final Fantasy covers I really like. Some people have injected those into some builds. For our purposes, we want as OG an experience as we can get, because the OG was fine. I wouldn't change anything about the OG, to be honest. I'd maybe help clear up some of the writing in certain areas. For anybody that has played Final Fantasy VIII. Shit, I've forgotten where I'm going. Right, we can run around Balam for a little bit. You'll know that there's a point in the story that a lot of fans weren't too happy about, but I'm going to be representing Final Fantasy VIII as best I can. I'm going to be trying to make it, I'm going to try and explain why I think the story is actually really well done.
Excuse me, do you play an instrument? That's Sophie again.
Because, yeah, there is a particular point in the game's narrative where a lot of players just threw up their hands and went, well, what the fuck? What the fuck, huh? This isn't like Final Fantasy VII. Are you interested in what I'm doing? This is important. These dialogue choices also factor in to our overall seed test score. Because we are going to be a bit of a kiss ass, we're going to be a teacher's pet, we're going to try and get as high a seed rank as we can. So we're going to immerse ourselves in the world. We're going to give people time and attention should they ask for it, and we're going to follow orders. There aren't going to be any of those parallels, man. There's no third right parallels that I can really make. But following orders will be a bit of a theme. in terms of agency and discussions on the Japanese school system kind of being put on a trajectory almost against your will and being expected to perform well in that particular area. In this case, it'll be mercenary work. Cafeteria. There are actually some of the card club members in the cafeteria, but I don't think we're going to play them just yet.
Hello, Mrs. I worked here for many a year now. I must say, being young is so great. It's like this burst of energy flowing within you constantly. And
oh man, this may take a while. Think of an excuse and leave, sneak away, or I'll lend an ear. Cloud showing his colours here. Oh man.
But seriously, with all these youngsters around, I'm beginning to feel young myself. I start thinking to myself, hey, I'm still all that. You know what I mean? What am I saying? Well, anyway, I have been saying about your age, but he's so incompetent.
Still talking. Think of an excuse and weave, sneak away. I'll lend an ear. Through the years, I found it so ironic that the main criticisms of FF8 were behind the broken overpowered mechanics, but no one acknowledged the colossal time investment to push the game to that point. In most cases, enough time comparable to playing the game almost to or well beyond completion. Absolutely, man. Facts. Gospel. Far more articulate than I am, sir. Certainly. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. I don't know what it was about Final Fantasy VIII that gripped me as a kid, other than it being a formative experience. Like, I can remember exactly where I was at certain moments in this game, man. I woke up on New Year's Day after my parents had thrown a house party, and I was just straight on the ball, man. I can remember exactly where I was for all of that, and it just kind of stuck with me. I didn't like it as much as 7 at the time, but there were particular scenes that are probably responsible for some of my fears. As goofy as that sounds, without spoiling anything, Rinoa drifting. Rinoa drifting is probably the best way I can communicate to other FF8 veterans without giving the game away. Rinoa drifting later in the game stuck with me. It stuck with me to the point where I had so much fear of it as a kid. I couldn't complete it, and it's not a hard sequence to do. We'll talk about it more when I get to it, man. But it stuck with me. I can remember the whole Ragnarok sequence so clearly, man. The fear that I felt as a kid was beyond anything that I felt in Final Fantasy VII, and we already talked about some moments where that game freaked me the fuck out.
Let's get changed.
But yeah, there's some real weird stuff in this that isn't in any other Final Fantasy games as far as I'm concerned. It's just got this particular mood, which I can only guess is because Hibinori Sakaguchi wasn't at the reins for this one. I believe Katase mostly ran shop on this. Obviously, Nojima, Uematsu, and all the other boys that are Nomura, if I didn't mention him already. They were helming this one, and I think that's why we get this distinct change in tone. Oh, sorry, Zeldink. My guy. That was also mocapped. You can find footage of that exact cutscene being performed on YouTube. Is it only Squall I can name? I remember being able to name all the characters in this one. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I'm not going to enjoy doing your fucking combos if I don't know what buttons I'm pressing, bro. I'm going to have to sort that. I'm going to have to get that mod. Steam version for this came out 2008, so 9 years after the OG came out on PSX. Dominic W reminds me of how hard FF16 had to get toned down at the end because it came. I still need to play 16, but that's bullish for me. I wish they kept that horror element, man, because FF15, yeah, I can see that, man. I've got a love-hate relationship with 15. Shouts out to Dominic, man. It's good to have you. And it's probably already obvious why to people that know the development troubles that 15 went through. Because I've still not played the episodes, which are you know, I completed the game as was when it was released, complete with the abysmal chapter 13, and at the end, it did make me feel something, but it also left me wanting, as much as catharsis it made me felt for Noctis and the gang. I had this big emptiness as well at the same time. It's like that was so close to being a beacon of hope for Final Fantasy fans for me. I remember that during the first 3 hours of Final Fantasy 15, I was so fucking excited. That kind of gradually wore off over time, but I remember thinking, oh my God, this is Final Fantasy's back. They've actually made a Final Fantasy game. And Sunset Waltz as well. Every time I think of Final Fantasy 15, I think Sunset Waltz. Beautiful track that I think defines the whole experience really, really, really well. Sold out FF15 so much. Yeah, it's a shame, man. It's a shame. That was after that, Nomura has kind of leveled up a bit as a game director. The less said, the better about Kingdom Hearts. BB, but just before this stream, BB forwarded me a message from Nomura sent from the Kingdom Hearts Twitter page, where he is just going off about shit that nobody knows about. Really, only diehard Kingdom Hearts fans will really give a shit about. To me, as somebody who really liked Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, I didn't necessarily outgrow Kingdom Hearts because I was already too old to be playing Kingdom Hearts. But Kingdom Hearts made me feel something as well, you know. Nomura hasn't always been the best director. Tabata had to take over on 15. And I believe Nomura was responsible for some of the development hell on Remake as well. But I feel confident in saying, even though I've not played Rebirth yet, we're going to be there in 10 days or so. Based on the fact it got a higher review score than Remake, I feel pretty safe. I used to have a lot of anxiety about Remake. It didn't keep me up at night. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII means a lot to me, as an elderly goblin looking back on the franchise and revering it as being an important piece of formative content that sent my life in a very particular direction, one that I've always been very grateful to it for. Yeah, it's been a bit of a shit show, but I'm hoping we'll play. I'll tell you what, I'll get 16 and we'll play that on stream at some point as well. It might just be Final Fantasy season for the stream. If that suits you guys, fucking great. I'd happily become a Final Fantasy streamer, man. And we can maybe go and play games like 13 and talk about, well, I don't want to make that promise, but it would be nice to review some of the quote-unquote problematic Final Fantasy entries and discuss what was lost and what has been retained, because there's still some good to be taken away from 13 and 15. But Dominic seems to be in agreement with me that they were lacking the heart and the tradition, or the understanding of tradition, really. A lot of what Final Fantasy started presenting was the Mickey Mouse approach to fan service. So we put a Chocobo in, we put Moogles in, and we call it a Final Fantasy game. That worked for a little bit, but fans got tired of it, man. I'm curious to see what 16's like. So we'll get that going soon. After this, we'll probably be doing Rebirth. And then after Rebirth, we can probably do 16, bro. I'm happy to lock in on Final Fantasy. Yes, I was just about to get round to that, which is funny. Because there are some good Will Hunting parallels to be made as well, in terms of how Headmaster Sid conducts himself and Squall's progression as a heavily traumatized child into what the world needs him to be, even though Squall goes in kicking and screaming. That's what I really like about Squall. He rejects the hero's journey. He doesn't want to be Joseph Campbell's next bitch boy. He rejects authority and responsibility. He doesn't want this falling on his head. Whereas previously, all of our protagonists have just got on with it. There's a world to save. Squall's not fucking bothered. He just wants to be left alone. I really like that angle to his character, man. It's a bit of a subversion on what we've been taught about Final Fantasy protagonists in the past. And I think it really does a good job of doing that. I'm going to talk about some of the thematics soon. I'm just letting the game get warmed up a bit. You're going to be an FF streamer. That means you have to play FF10-2. We actually started FF10-2 on Twitch. I didn't carry on. I was dropping games fucking left, right, and centre for some reason on Twitch. But since we've come to YouTube, I just lock in for the full experience, man. If I only go for games I really want to play now. And so far we've had Silent Hill remake, banger. Silent Hill 2 remake, I should say. Silent Hill 2 is another one of my favourite games of all time. Really good remake treatment. Very impressed with that. Final Fantasy remake we've just done. Brilliant. Even I learned some things going through that, and we were able to discuss a lot. 10-2, I've no problems. Maybe we'll touch on 10 first. Just for an excuse to play it. I am more than happy to lock in and play some Final Fantasy, especially if it's what people would enjoy to eat, watch, listen to. No problems with that. What? We'll probably do another Silent Hill run at some point, man. It's still not too late. If you've managed to avoid Silent Hill 2 spoilers up until this point, it's all still there waiting for you, man. You're not too late at all. I don't know whether I would recommend you play the original or the remake first. BB, what do you think? Given you've had a bit of a spectator angle on it, because I grew up with Silent Hill 2, the OG. So the stickler in me says play Silent Hill 2 OG first, but to be honest, the remake really fucking impressed me. What the hell is going on with Sid? Bro, you alright? You good? You good? Are you good? What's wrong with you? What's that? They updated his textures, man, so why is he turned into a fucking stickle brick, man? Goodness. Right. Let's get a move on. We're going on our first... This is still part of the exam, by the way. Everything we're about to take part in is part of an exam. I want you to keep that in mind as the next events unfold. 8-bit Sig cameo. There's another that I really, really want to... that they really want to overwork. I remember the drama CD tells more of Orange. Ooh, I might have to touch down on the drama CD before we do that. Good shout, Dominic. Brilliant shout. Brilliant shout. What do you think about Silent Hill 2, BB, in terms of OG or remake first? Yeah, they did overwork 10 a bit. I will agree. There is a lot I really like about 10. I think it has a perfect art. I think it has a perfect beginning and a perfect end, which is more or less all you need for a competent story, certainly. Got Silent Hill 4 when I was 12, scared the bejesus out of me, which grew into a morbid curiosity. I haven't played most Silent Hills, but I've watched other people play them and read the comics. Good man, yeah. I remember watching my brother play Resident Evil when I was a wee lad. At an age I shouldn't have been watching my brother play Resident Evil, and it meant that I couldn't actually play survival horror games on my own till I was 16, 17. That bad. Oh, I feel you on that one. Silent Hill 4 is a very interesting one to go into as well as an introduction to Silent Hill. That's a very interesting angle to go into it with. Game's got a lot of problems with its gameplay, but yeah, we'll do 4 at some point as well. I've not actually done a full playthrough of 4 myself. I'm very acquainted with it, but everybody just screams fucking about the mechanic. Yeah, man, the gun shop window scene in Resident Evil 2. I remember watching after when Resident Evil 2 came out. It was on a demo disc, and I remember trying to prove to myself that I was a big man and I could do it. But when we got to Robert Kendo, when we get to his gun shop at the start of Resident Evil 2, the zombies pile through the window and I turned it off. It took me a long time to be able to enjoy survival horror games, but now they're one of my favorites. Right, let's talk about what the characters are saying to each other and what we're on our way to do. I don't think we actually know. We're going to get the mission briefing in a minute, but for the time being, we just get to enjoy some of the character dynamics between these characters. Zell is currently asking, Zell Dinked, our guy with the face tattoo, is asking what is on Squall's mind. We'll get into the dialogue a little bit. Oh, the liquors. Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Formative trauma. A bit of an awkward silence in the transport ship. Zell's a bit like me. Can't sit still. Always has to be fidgeting. Zell is a perfect candidate for ADHD. But he's also got... weirdly, he's got a bit of a weird... a vast interest in history. We're actually going to be learning a lot of the world's history through Zell, which is the last person you would expect. Cypher.
Stop that. It's annoying.
Chicken wuss. Pussy. Pussy boy.
What did you call me?
Knock it off. There's with a big grin. I think this is the first time I ever saw or thought about the face tattoo. Yeah, it is pretty out there. On a drive to there's a business on their way called Kendo's RVs. For the past 10 years, I literally think of that beginning scene in RE2 every single time I drive past there. Absolutely, man. It's a very bold, memorable scene. And Resident Evil 2 remake kind of started off this whole remake renaissance. We actually owe a lot to Resident Evil 2 in this day and age. And I believe they're remaking Resident Evil 1 again. A remaster remake. That's going to be cool. Chicken was such a weird... Absolutely, man. I'll probably just swap it out for pussy, but we'll see. Pussy. But to leer at someone and call them a pussy like that, staring them dead in the eyes, you have to be a bit of a psycho, man. I know Cypher's got issues as well, but... This is great, says Cypher. I have a pussy and a guy who just reached puberty in my squad. How to drive. Yep. Familiar PlayStation controls. B2, B1, and B3. Shouldn't be getting off. All right. All right. Oh, it's not that one. Oh, there we go. The vehicles are back. And since we're right next to it, you'll see here that there is a functional train service that runs across quite a lot of the world. I think specifically in the Galbadia region, and we'll get into what Galbadia is soon. We'll go bit by bit, but this is one of the ways Final Fantasy VIII makes the world feel a bit more alive than it might have done in Final Fantasy VII. Simply just putting in a train service that operates on a schedule that you can interact with goes a long way for... It's the kind of thing I really enjoy. We were talking about card games and stuff and how we can use card games as an excuse to interface with people from different cultures, learn a bit about them, learn a bit about where they come from. Any excuse that a JRPG or any game can give me to further immerse myself and learn about the world is always going to be a good thing with me. And we start to see some of the design of the vehicles as well. It's very of its time in terms of a Y2K late 90s diesel punk-isk. Not quite as diesel punk as, say, Final Fantasy VII. We've got a lot more of a fragrant, fresh air sort of aesthetic going on with Final Fantasy VIII. We wouldn't see the sea in Final Fantasy VII until we leave Midgar, whereas here, breathe it in. What's the plot? Kind of zoned out for a bit. Is this some sort of marine type school? So, Balam Garden, and there are other gardens as well. Capital G. Gardens are analogous. They are basically just schools. They are military schools that train children into becoming mercenaries, which are hired and dispatched across the world for a variety of different things, which is going to bring in some discussions on ethics very, very fucking shortly. Very, very fucking shortly. But the best setup I can probably give right now is we are piloting Squall, who is a 17-year-old who we can probably tell by now is a bit damaged, bit of a lone wolf, but not in a Sigma kind of sense. They are very much pessimistic. They push people away, and we're going to see what it takes to get this character to truly open up and kind of take on the responsibility that the game is going to call upon him to take on. I think Gundam's, yeah, absolutely. That's a good way of putting it as well. So at the moment, our characters, Zell, Squall, and Cypher, who's this gentleman in the white coat, to the right, they are all part of an exam. There is an exam going on right at the moment, and it started with the fire cavern where we fought Ifrit. It involves the way that we talk to people until we get the test results, and a lot of the things that we're going to be doing on the following test. This is a test. We are going on a very real mission, but the reason that we're on this mission isn't to be paid or anything. It's to be graded based on our academic / military prowess. And it gets pretty heavy pretty quick. But keep that in mind that these are school kids, effectively. They are child soldiers. I've sunk into Gundam when I was a kid. Need to get back into it, man, because I was never the biggest mech anime / manga fan until I saw Evangelion way later than I should have done, and that kind of twisted my arm a little bit. Please, nobody mention anything about End of Evangelion, because I've still not watched it. I know it's a bit of a crime, but I'm just waiting for the right time to lock in. But that kind of turned me around a bit. I know Evangelion isn't really about the robots, but I guess Gundam probably isn't either. We're going to get one of the most iconic cutscenes in the game as well in a minute. And all the cutscenes in this game are fucking beautiful, man.
Hi, Quistis. Huh? Well, these are the members of Squad B. Nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
Eva, how many times has it been now?
Oh, I just love these exams. Damn. I'll explain the current situation and the mission. Here's Zoo with the details. Be seated. Fucking hell, fair eyes, man. Whoa.
Be seated.
Our client for this mission is the Dolet Dukedom Parliament. Dolet Dukedom Parliament. A request for seed was made 18 hours ago. Dolet has been under attack by the G Army since about 72 hours ago. 49 hours into the battle, Dolet abandoned their position in the inner city. Good man. Yeah, I think it pays to be harsh, man, because I've sat through a lot of mediocre anime, you know what I mean, where I didn't really get much out of it, and I've probably completely forgotten many of those anime. Evangelion sticks with you, you know. That is a lot of parallels with a lot of themes in Final Fantasy, which is probably why I clicked onto it. This idea of human attachment and yeah, human connection is a big deal in Final Fantasy VIII, actually. So I think I've actually got some notes about Evangelion, no spoilers, and where it shares some parallels with Final Fantasy VIII, because they do have very similar themes in terms of the humanity aspect. Dude looks like one of those really bad taxidermy memes on Reddit. She does, man. Her eyes are just a little bit too close together. Currently, they have retreated into the nearby mountains and are reorganizing their troops. That's the current status. Now on to the mission objective. According to our reports, the G Army is mopping up the Dolet troops in the mountain region. We're to make a landing at Lapin Beach. We're to eliminate the remaining G Army within this city and liberate it ASAP. Afterwards, Seed members will intercept any G Army forces trying to make their way into the city from the mountain region. Any questions? So what are we supposed to do, says Cypher. Chief candidates are to remain to eliminate the G army inside the city. Sounds important. Sounds boring. Oh, Cypher's done these exams numerous times, but he's never passed the bar, so to speak. So what you're saying is we do all the little dirty work. Oh, it hardly needs to be said, but the order to withdraw takes priority. Do not forget. We're almost there. I'll try and work out consistent voices for these characters, so if you... They don't always say who's talking, so... If you haven't got eyes on the screen all the time, it's not really going to be... Look at Sifa, by the way. He looks like those memes with the guys with no chins. You know the photos of... It's just some poor guy's mouth or jaw area, and it's just a... someone that's not been mewing. Any questions, talk to Quistis. Alrighty, so basically we're taking part in a military conflict. Heard that the Matrix drew heavy inspiration from Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Ghost in the Shell's another really good one. A lot of time for that. Here's a quick explanation. The goal of this mission is to eliminate the Galbadian forces that have entered Dullet. The order to withdraw takes priority. Be sure to make your way back to the shore when you get this order. Talk to everybody, man. Get involved. Excuse me, listen up. Our goal is for this mission is to mop up the Galbadian soldiers still left in Dullet. All you boys have to do is take orders from me, the captain. You saying, Zell? My first real battle. I'm getting pretty nervous. Better not piss in your pants. Are you talking to me? You talking to me? Bastard. You bastard guy. Shouts out to Rent and Wide Rangers. This is like the only Final Fantasy I never beat. Hated the junction system. We were talking about how divisive the junction system was before. Sentiment has changed a bit just because it's easier to get information on how systems work in thanks to the internet, which wasn't as prevalent in 1998. When I first played this game, it pushed my shit in. It really was a struggle to get through this. So I even think I got right up to spoiler, and I just couldn't do it. I'd effectively soft locked the game because of my poor JRPG habits at the time. I used to run away from a lot of random battles when I was younger, and as such, I'd be heavily underleveled. This cutscene rocks my socks. Enjoy. Good to have you here, Ranting. We're going to see the reality of what this military school involves. Sorry, that was a butchered sentence. We're going to see the reality of what these children, these child soldiers face. But so far, it's all been pretty okay. Like, kind of like, well, I'd love to go to this school. Hopefully that'll change quite quickly, and you won't want to go to this school after this sequence. Yeah, I hope we can deliver the game in a way that you can enjoy. Reddit Anyway Rangers, if you're sticking with us, we're going to cut through the crap. It's less about the combat and the systems, although we will talk about that, and more about discussing the wider themes, narrative themes, meta-narrative themes, how the game came into being, why it is the way that it is, and what sort of things it makes commentary on, things pertaining to things like trauma, philosophy, esotericism, and all that goofy horse shit. For now, we're going to be a good boy during this sequence and follow orders. For the most part, we might break rank occasionally. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm going to just react to it as things occur. But there are many things that are going to either add or deduct points to my overall siege score here, and none of them are ever explained. Thank you, BB. I will, especially now that we've got some bloody good regulars popping in. Appreciate all of your patronage. Just being here is very motivating for me, because I can talk to myself, man. Especially when it comes to Final Fantasy and stuff. But always helps to have a sounding board. And if anybody is able to learn anything new about these titles, whether they're familiar with them or not, fantastic. That's all I could ever hope for, really. I will get some of the stream production stuff updated, because if any of you guys have subscribed, I don't currently get real-time updates, which is a bit of a sin, really, for streamers. But thank you to anybody that has subscribed over the last week and stuff. We out here. I'm going to be putting a lot more time into developing the stream content this year, and I'm coming back with music as well. I'm currently trying to carve out as much time for myself as I can via Capital, so I can fully engross myself in some personal projects, including the infamous album that I said I'd released 10 years ago. It's easy to miss, but I remember a YouTube video mentioned that the radio signal here was relevant to the stuff that happens later, but it never explicitly gets mentioned. I believe what you're referencing is... Oh, okay. No, you are right. You are 60% right. The message that gets relayed from this radio tower, we will actually see when we reach Timber, and it doesn't make it clear, especially in the OG, what that message is. We will definitely point it out. Thank you for the reminder, because that's when the game starts getting quote unquote good. Hopefully it's enjoyable already, but that's when we're really going to start biting meat off of the game's mythology and its social structures. Yeah, we'll blow through this little mission here because there's not too much to be. I'm going to keep him on low HP, you know. But I do need to junction some of these boys. For the most part, combat is going to be of little focus for the sake of our playthrough. Can I switch? If I there a way of unequipping all of Quiztis? I'm going to keep the micromanaging to a minimal if I can. Notice I'm skipping magic. We're not going to be casting much magic. We need card ASAP. I should have started on that already. Strength plus 20, yeah. Right, off to the races. Thank you very much, Tommy. Historically, one of my bigger pitfalls is try to do too much. At the moment, I'm trying to just be precise on particular things at a time and just give all of my time to one thing instead of pissing about on 50 different things. But yes, don't think I've put the music down for good by any means. I've still got a lot I want to do with music, man. So, as I said, we're going to be taking advantage of this little doohickey. We're going to be exploiting a few things to make combat a bit easier for us, man. We don't need to grind because, unfortunately, for the overall experience, Final Fantasy VIII is one of the only, if not the only, Final Fantasy that features level scaling. At least in the OG series, certainly. This is problematic because it devalues any grinding that a player may do. The more you grind, the harder the game's going to get. And some of the bosses in this game are gatekeepers. Absolute gatekeepers, man. I'll point out the gatekeepers that, well, the ones that gate-kept me as a kid. You'll remember from the Final Fantasy VII playthrough, my original gatekeepers were Genova Life and Dine, respectively. One because I used to run away from all random battles until I didn't, and then when I got to Dine, I hadn't leveled up Barrett, despite him being the reason I bought the game originally. Well, I didn't buy it, man. I did 7 years old, but you know what I mean. One brick at a time is the best way to put it, I think. I don't think we hear this theme too much after this. This theme is called The Landing. And obviously big kind of D-Day visual parallels to be made. And I can't contrast or draw many parallels to the quote-unquote D-Day imagery, other than it's to tell us who have, you know, grown up watching Saving Private Ryan and stuff like, well, maybe not at the time, but we're quite well acclimated with World War II and specific, some of the bigger scenarios in World War II. In this case, specifically, Normandy Beach and all that good stuff, man. I think that is only supposed to invoke the sentiment that these children are involved in very real conflicts, very heavy conflicts that perhaps children shouldn't be involved in. But who am I to judge? We do get graded for keeping an eye on this dog as well, so we're going to be keeping an eye on Pupsy here. Bit goofing around to scout the area for any animals. I'm scouting, boss. I see one. The high-res textures, he's hiding in the low ones. Spice, spice. I don't think I've ever known what that sign says, but it does just say spice, spice for all your spice, spice needs. So, the draw system, let's talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about some of the mechanics whilst we're waiting for some of the bigger events in this mission. Magic is no longer innate or derived from mystical sources anymore, but extracted or drawn from enemies and the environment. This kind of mechanical process reduces magic from an otherworldly force to a consumable resource, very palpable, collective resource that everybody can kind of check into, akin to a natural commodity. This approach kind of gives magic a transactional layer to it, I guess you could say. It emphasizes its role as a tool rather than a divine gift. But we are going to be getting into the divine and what that means for a world that is already exposed to magic later on, because there are degrees to the magic and the esoteric nature of how all these systems work. But in this case, we're able to see how it highlights kind of how humanity's reliance on external forces for empowerment, given be it technology or supernatural powers such as magic, the idea of magic, reflecting possible themes of dependency and the exploitation of resources, which we talked about for a long time in Final Fantasy VII. Got less of an industrial focus here. For the most part, all of the technology is governed quite well in Final Fantasy VIII. Technology isn't going to be a villain, and it's not going to represent negativity, if that makes sense. Just playing devil's advocate here, but do you suppose the argument could be made that the culture of FF8 is glorified by combat, similar to the way that the Vikings were, for example? I like that. I like that a lot. Let me read that again. Do you suppose that the argument could be made that the culture of FF8 is glorified by combat? Yes. Yeah, it's tricky, and I might need some of the characters to talk a little bit more about their experiences before I can kick off a full discussion on that. But I think there's value to what you've just said. I can't put my finger on it on exactly how I'd extrapolate on that yet, but as we get more details about the seed and stuff, I think we'll probably see that idea come to fruition. I'll scratch on that, man. That's a really good idea. yeah, it's a weird one. Because we know, like Final Fantasy veterans know why the seed exists, but we're not going to learn that for a very long time. For the time being, it's purely capital. It's killing for cash, and it should. When the gardens was started, I believe they were supposed to be a bit more optimistic, I guess you could say, or less damaging, but. Without a doubt, throwing kids into war isn't an alien concept to the real world either. I don't know if they're going to be making too many political statements. I haven't got too much on politics in my notes, but we'll definitely try and unpack that, man. Some very sexy pre-rendered backgrounds in this. Absolutely, man. This is what I'd rather see them in all their dithered, pixelated glory than the hot mess they tried to serve up for remaster. I'm ashamed to have bought the remastered version without properly understanding what was being remastered. Because the only thing that was remastered was the fucking player models, and that didn't do anything at all. But that's against orders. Sifa wants to continue. He wants to be that guy. Weren't you just saying how bored you were?
It's called.
I stand by the captain's decision. You want to wreak some havoc too, don't you?
It's just a good opportunity to.
You'll thank me when the time comes.
What the hell? I thought you guys didn't get along. You're all like buddy now.
That's gonna be my Zell voice.
Listen, this ain't no ordinary battle. It's an exam, an important one. I'm telling you, we have to stick to orders.
You stay here. I don't need any Boy Scouts.
Who's that?
Don't take him seriously. So, cipher if we're gonna go. The enemy is headed for the facility. We, Squad B, are to secure the summit. Move out. All right.
Okay. I guess.
See you later, doggy. We'll be seeing that dog later. Oh, I'm fucking excited. Because today I think we will reach Timber today. And then I think that'll be the point where if people aren't yet engrossed in the narrative and all the rest of it, that'll be when things start to get weird enough. A bit of, whoa, what's all this trippy bullshit? Oof, that was rough. Still got the rough divide though. Ooh. Oh my god, your voice was Zell. Not gonna lie, I was thinking Zell was a gay. That's great. I love that. I can see that. That's so funny. That's so funny. This was when Rosie O'Donnell was popular. I appreciate you, man. That's funny as fuck. I can see exactly what you mean. God bless Zell. I've got a lot of time for Zell. I really do. He can be quote unquote annoying. I've never really found him annoying, but I don't think he was ever part of my original setup, you know? This game kind of encourages you to level all your party members, but we all know how that works. But yeah, Zell was never it never stuck in my parties, I would say. That might change this time round, but I'm going to have to mod the buttons, the button overlays, because at the moment it's B1, B2. I don't know what those represent yet. So in terms of Zell's limit break, it does have Fang vibes. Shouts out to Fang. Shouts out to Vanille, by the way. I think I was one of the only people that didn't get annoyed by Vanille. I understand why people did, but maybe I'm just a simp, man. Like I'm unapologetically a female character player on fighting games and the like, I will generally veer towards playing the ladies. So I've always had either Quiztis or Selfie on my squad, or Renoa, to be honest. I think for this playthrough, mind you, we've not met Selfie yet, but we're about to. Spoilers. Selfie has the most cracked move in the entire game, and I've never actually experienced it firsthand. I've never had the pleasure of using that particular ability, and I would like to do it on this playthrough. So we're going to put Selfie up to be one of our front runners. If there's anybody that you'd like to see us progress with, by all means. All the characters are pretty interesting dynamics. Quistis has blue magic, which everybody's a fan of. Zell has his karate bullshit. And yeah, I don't want to talk about any of the future characters too much, but are you attacking? Yeah, of course you were. I'm avoiding healing Squall just in case you missed it when we were in the fire cavern. I'm taking advantage of a very well-known, it's not even an exploit really. It's quite easy to get yourself into a condition where you can abuse limit breaks in this game. And we're going to be doing just that. Oh, you hit me for exactly the amount of fucking health I had. Asshole. Richmond 3000 used to try and get Selfie's limit break, was never able to do it either. I need to remind myself how. Yeah, we will get it. Shouts out to Richmond. It's good to have you, man. Shouts out to everybody, man. I do appreciate your viewership. We're going to try and make this a good one. It's going to be a little bit more difficult than Final Fantasy VII just because of the way the story's being delivered. Sometimes I will be talking over dialogue and stuff, but I'll make sure everybody is up to date on what's going on. I will read the more important dialogue, especially once I get all the fucking voices for the characters sorted out. Remember, excuse me, we played Doki Doki a few years ago. We played it in one session and I had an original voice for all of the characters and it fucking nearly killed me. It was a very funny stream, but my God. If you've not checked out Doki Doki Literature Club and you like your horror experiences, man, I believe it's free. At least the normal version is. Just don't look into it. Go in blind, and just embrace it because it's Doki Doki doesn't make its point until quite late in the game's events, but it is a very, very good postmodern gaming experience, man. Like it was crazy to see what kind of things that game was doing. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, man. We'll have a discussion about it one day. I might even run it back. Where's my girl at? Ah, there she is. It's funny how, and this might just be me. Do tell me if any of your setups have changed over the years, but how your sensibilities for characters changes over the years. Because I have very different lineups now in terms of my core battling party than I did when I was a Ute. Very different. How come you've got your limit already? That's crazy. Yeah, so that move we're talking about is appropriately called the End. And I'm not going to talk about what it does, but suffice to say, the writing is probably on the tin. Sorry, it does what it says on the tin. Fucking hell, Moose.
The rate is up and running.
The hell?
Cable disconnection confirmed. Beginning exchange process. Watch out.
Yes? Yes. This must be your first real battle. You scared? I love battles. I fear nothing. The way I look at it, as long as you make it out of a battle alive, you're a step closer to fulfilling your dream.
What? Your dream?
You have one too, don't you?
Sorry, but I'm gonna pass on that. Yo, let me in on it too.
Mind your bit.
Freaking hell.
Definitely is the hardest limit break to get an entire game. Is it, bro? Right, fuck. I might have to see if there's... Because I remember back in the day, getting a golden chocobo was just about... If you hated yourself, you could probably do it okay. I never got a golden chocobo as a youth because it was fucking hard. These days, there are guides on YouTube that'll tell you how to get a golden chocobo in 20 minutes to an hour. Fucking crazy. Or maybe there's some bullshit we can tap into. Right, we're gonna meet one of my favorite characters in the game. Another character a lot of people find quite annoying, but I think is very endearing. I read that. That's out of Rupert Grint, by the way. Knock at the cabin, bro. I was talking to Alvi Online BB about, because we've been tugging at Harry Potter quite a lot over the last couple of months. I've got a lot of good things and a lot of more bad things to say about Harry Potter, but I always use Harry Potter as a bit of an example into bad writing, like bad storytelling. But we were talking about the actors anyway. We were talking about how Emma Watson can't act or sing. Daniel Radcliffe has done all right. And Rupert Grint was probably the most talented of the trio, and we barely ever fucking saw him. And I said to BB, a month before we actually found out this movie was going to be a thing, before we even knew he was going to be in it, that I want to see Rupert Grint in an A24 horror movie, because I think he's got the dynamics for some reason. The idea is you take a comedic character from Tales of Old and you reinvent them, you give them a bit of edge, and lo and behold, we got Knock at the Cabin. And they did exactly what I wanted them to do. He wasn't in it enough, but I want to see more Grint, to be honest. When I played, they didn't really have all the guides and video. No, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. The internet wasn't quite as broad as it is these days, man. Like, there were no tricks for getting a golden chocobo. You just had to suck it up and breed, and hope you get the combinations that you needed. I haven't looked into much of the sweaty strategies for Final Fantasy VIII. For the sake of this playthrough, in between streams, I'll start getting a little bit of a roadmap for getting the best possible results whilst still having a pretty smooth gameplay experience. I don't want to be dragging around with side content too much, because my commentary loses steam, man. This is very important. Cypher will always talk about his romantic dream. This is a very, very important part of Cypher's character. It's one of the reasons I really like him as a conflicted, antagonistic foil Squall. We've already talked about how they are visually polar opposites: light hair, dark hair, light clothes, dark clothes, and even the scars on their faces are mirrored. They are literally supposed to be counterparts, almost one and the same concept, but they're both at extremes. If they kind of learned from each other and found a bit of balance, things might have turned out better for both of these characters already. But they are at very opposite ends of the social scale, and the I guess the social scale is probably the best way to put it. Cypher's very braggadocious, out there, cocky, self-assured. Squall is everything but those things, you know? How they plant that seed was a genius storytelling. Yes, absolutely. We're going to be talking a lot about Cypher's romantic dream later. I just want to point out as well, this was apparent in the opening cutscene. Cypher holds his gunblade to the side and only with one hand. There are big reasons that this is the case. This is what I mean. I don't want to jump forward, but Cypher is as much of he's as confused as all these other kids, really. But they all deal with their personal traumas in very different ways. For Cypher, he wants to fulfill this role of being the Ubermensch, the hero, the one that saves the day. He's got this dream that he wants to fulfill, and we're going to learn more about what that dream entails, what inspired that dream, and how that dream links to why he holds his gunblade with one hand. I know it sounds like a really minor detail, but it's going to have big, yeah, it's going to have a lot of weight later on. Very easy to miss as well. I wouldn't blame anybody who's played Final Fantasy VIII, who's familiar with Final Fantasy VIII, who missed the connection between Cypher's inspiration and the reason that he holds the gunblade the way he does, the reason that he picked the gunblade as his weapon. We can probably infer, we can't confirm, that Squall may have taken up the gunblade as a part of his rivalry with Cypher. That speculation, I can't prove that in any way. But due to the relationship that they have, which is a very complex relationship, I can only imagine that one of them's using a gunblade because the other used it. The gunblade in universe is unwieldy, and typically people choose not to use it because it's a difficult weapon to use. We'll see Headmaster Sid comment on this after this mission, actually. Anything else? This game has a fantastic storyline, weird sometimes, but absolutely, I get this story makes me gooey inside. It always did, even when I was little, and I wasn't as I could give a fuck about love stories when I was a kid. You know what I mean? But it's always stuck with me, and it's stuck with me for the same reasons I like it now. All reasons that I cannot talk about until later. But rest assured, we're going to cover as much as we can without making it boring. It's really good to have some other FF8 veterans here as well. Yeah, stay stum on some of the details for later on. A lot of the spoilers won't even make sense yet because they haven't set up enough of the pieces on the board. But yeah, we'll keep secrets for the time being. We do have the option to jump off this cliff, as Cypher and Selphie did. But if we do, we get a deduction from our test score, so we're not going to do that. We do risk getting into a battle, but remember, we're going to try and get as good an initial seed score as we can because we want that money. My cat's telling me he wants feeding, so I'll do that in a sec. Oh, it's okay. Zell killed him dead. And we do still have character class archetypes as well. Zell is fulfilling the monk archetype. The last time we saw the monk archetype in Final Fantasy VII was Tifa, and before that it was Sabin, and so on and so forth. We've got the blue mage in Quiztis, we've got the caster in Selphie, the black mage, and we're going to meet our white mage, etc., as we progress. But it's very subtle in the way that they've done it because of this modern sheen that they've given everything. Everybody's wearing a school uniform at the moment, so there's nothing differentiating these classmates between each other in terms of their skill sets yet. Whereas typically, when we think Final Fantasy white mage, we either think the white and red robes, or in quite bold, flowery, innocent presentation of that particular character, be it Aerith, Yuna, the character in this game. Is this some sort of persona type deal with the school points and such? Not as such. It's less day in the life of a school student. We're going to pretty quickly veer away from the school as a focus. It's an origin point for all of the characters as we're getting to know them now, and then we'll learn more about their history in the past. The school stuff is just like a layer that we'll get into more, but we are being graded on stuff. We will continue to be graded on things after this, and we will be getting paid a salary, which to me is a bit of a commentary on typical salaryman trajectory expected of a lot of the Japanese youth. This game is going to feature a lot of themes of youthful rebellion, which we see in across the entirety of Final Fantasy. I don't think there's a single Final Fantasy, except maybe 16, because Clive looks a bit older. For the most part, JRPGs, Persona included, have this theme of the next generation rebelling. At first it's a quiet rebellion to overthrow the status quo, because the state of affairs in Japan is dissatisfactory. It is a grueling social economic environment where you were expected to get up and get along, or be ostracized and humiliated. If your kid isn't doing after school studies, the other parents are going to comment on it. These kids are locked in, and I'm going to be drawing more parallels just because I know that the school experiences of the lead developers informed a lot of the decisions. One, it inspired the decision to give it a bit of a school edge in the first place, but two, they were school kids in Japan at some point as well. So their experiences as Japanese school children are what is informing this education system, not our Western expectations. They will have some similarities, and I know it's all fantastical and stuff, but we can take the child soldier angle as a metaphorical sense. We can say that as kids being sent out into the firing lines unprepared for what the world has to throw against them. I think we could take that as quite a literal allegory for the state of affairs and the career paths that Japanese kids are expected to go through. And JRPGs, typically when they feature gods, God, quote unquote, generally represents power structures or hierarchical structures meant to be overthrown, something that is not natural to Japanese traditions or culture. In Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth and Jenova, Jenova more specifically, and Shinra represent the West, with Shinra representing a Japanese kairetsu or a conglomerate. More specifically, Shinra mostly aligns with Mitsubishi, but Mitsubishi only exists because of the effects of the West's intervention during the Meiji Restoration era and the post-war era as well. For those that don't know, tiny bit of a history lesson, the West forced trade on Japan hundreds of years ago. We forced trade on them with threats of violence, and Japan had to bend over or risk getting wiped out because their tech wasn't anywhere close to where ours was. So there's always these themes of preserving culture and tradition and maintaining spiritual order and being in connection with spiritual ideas and the planet in Final Fantasies and in JRPGs. Talking about Persona 5, if you think about and Carl Jung as well, the Holy Grail and the collective unconscious, which is represented by way of mementos in Persona 5. It's all very much the same thing. Shido in Persona 5 is Sephiroth, in that they represent the fallen angels of a particular set of systems and social orders that have created these monsters. Sephiroth is the descendant of this unnatural fusion of cultures that has never really seen eye to eye, and Jenova is represented as this godly alien that has brought this corruption to the world, i.e. this corruption that has been brought to Japan. Going a level deeper with Final Fantasy VII, we will move on in a second. The Wutai and Shinra conflict is exactly the same thing. In Final Fantasy VII, Wutai is stated to now be a tourist location after they lost the Shinra Wutai conflict. They had to bend over and take the knee whilst Shinra continues to oppress them, much in the same way we continue to kind of oppress Japan. They've been declawed, after the wars and stuff, and to be honest, did do some pretty brutal things. But it is the West that castrated Japan in many ways. I've got nothing but love for Japan. I don't want this to sound like I'm taking a bit. That's why we're here. It's experiences like this that informed my opinion, my positive opinions on Japan, and from that starting point, I've just learnt more and more about it over the years. But we can take gods in JRPGs, particularly when it's monotheistic, i.e. one god, to be representing some sort of old or corrupt system that the youth will hopefully usurp. You'll see it in animes as well. Everything. Japanese media is full of this idea of gods representing systemic corruption. And it's going to kind of be the case for Final Fantasy VIII as well, but not on the level of Final Fantasy VII. Oof. Can I take a breath? Let's get going. Radio silence. Has everybody equipped a girlfriend? You haven't forgotten, have you? I've got to equip you with a girlfriend, I think. Did Sifa give me my girlfriend back? There we are. If it's my girlfriend. Magic for you, draw for you, item. So everybody's familiar with Final Fantasy summoners. In Final Fantasy VIII, Guardian Forces, aka GFs, are your de facto summon abilities. There's a reason I've chosen not to use them just yet, and probably guessed it, but it has something to do with my test scores. And we will start using GFs for damage at some point, but for now, we're going to show a bit of restraint. Oh, hold on, let me feed my cat. Let me get to the next bit where there is music, and I'll go feed my cat quickly. He's been a right asshole recently. Oh my god.
Hello, sir.
I'm gonna punch you in the dick. I'm gonna use this guy as a bit of a draw puppet, man. I need to get some cure materia for starters. Remember, the reason that we're stockpiling magic in the way that we're doing, we've got no MP system. It is now just counted. So you'll see every time we draw, it says we've drawn 4 cures. That means we can cast cure 4 times, receive 5 cures. So we now have 5 more opportunities to cast cure. The reason we're stockpiling magic is not necessarily to use it for its baseline purpose. We're going to use the game and its junction system against itself to give us a very palpable edge in combat, and it's going to make us pretty overpowered if we do it correctly. Big thingy, yeah, he probably does, man. He's been going mental the last couple of days, man. I think he forgets that he's eaten more and more. But he shits and shits and shits. That cat shits 4 or 5 times a day, bro. God bless. Thing is, my cat, he's 18 years old, man. We all thought he'd be dead 5 years ago, but he's still here. Whoa, what am I up there for? What the fuck? Hiding around this? Fuck? Oh, Self, you need a voice. No, I can't keep going for the back of the throat voice. I do that for everybody.
Hello, everyone. Sure is big.
Wish I could do a really good feminine voice. Just one. That'd be great. I can do like an old woman voice. Maybe we should just do that for Self.
Old Lothric.
All right. We'll power through some of the gameplay, man. I've been yapping. But we're setting the stage. I'm trying to do it in a similar way we set the stage for... What was that? Blind. Sophie, that's yours. I'm in the minority that didn't mind junction system when I was young, but I didn't know how the fuck to use it because of the way that it's explained in game. You'll notice that I skipped through all the tutorials this time because I think we can probably articulate how the systems work a little bit better than our instructor can, which probably shouldn't be the case. But it is a... Am I sliding around the screen? I'm not going mad, am I? I was up there a minute ago. I'll leave it for now. I would like to do a challenge run on 8 at some point because bosses don't give you experience points. Final Fantasy IX does this as well. I think when we do Final Fantasy IX, when we do Final Fantasy IX, we will do a level 1 run, just to spice things up a bit. What have the red boys got? You got anything nice for me? Not really. At the moment, my movement through menus is on the analog stick, which is not favorable. I'd much rather be playing on the D-pad right now. But we will persist for today's session, and then in between this stream and the next, I will do a couple tweaks just to make the game a little bit more functional in terms of button annotations and all that jazz. And here's this game's Biggs and Wedge reference. This is a reference that it's an age-old Star Wars reference, and I think there has been a Biggs and Wedge in every title since. There's definitely some in 6. I want to say 5 as well, but I'm not too sure. But they have been a mainstay. They are as important for fan service as Chocobos and Moogles, in my opinion, because we don't get a... Oh no, I was about to say we don't get a Moogle in 7, but we certainly do get Mog's house and the summons.
This goes here, and whoop, bloop, 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 bloop.
Whoa. Doing that Final Fantasy VII thing. I live for these metallic clangs. I still do. Whenever they're used correctly, I do like that metallic clang noise. Age soundtracks, man. Something about it. I think it's very of the time, and if you think about like the advancements in technology and how centered on technology these games are, it all brings you right back to the experience. Like the music should always serve to enhance the experience. And since you can't, I would argue against this. Since you can't tell a story through music, you can, obviously, instrumental music, you still can. We talked about the Shinra building theme and the ascending tones, kind of giving an idea of a sense of scale. The do. It to me, it invokes somebody craning the neck up to see just how big the Shinra building is. So little motifs, like just putting some bits of metal and techno horseshit in the soundtrack only does service for doubling down on these themes of technology, which, as I say, the technology in Final Fantasy VIII is far more balanced than it is in Final Fantasy VII, but it is going to play a major role nonetheless. Likewise, mister, what do you think you're doing?
Hey, what happened to all the soldiers down below?
Let's take care of these twerps. Come on, Zell.
Edge?
I love the footsteps as well. Doop, doop.
I seem to be done here, so I'll just be on my... I'm leaving. Move it, move.
This animation, man, is so good. It's still so impressive, man. It's that theme again. Hey, don't go for him. If you don't mind. I missed one, I'm sorry. Stop going for the weak boy, man. He needs to be weak, and I don't think I've got many Phoenix Downs left. I might have to throw a potion on him. Oh, I've got a few. We might be all right.
Major Wiggs. Will you finish the repairs, sir?
Ah, killed me for a bit too much. That's all right, man. I'm sure we'll take more damage in future. Oh, I missed that one as well. It's nice to be playing an old school. I really like Remake, man, but... All right, he hasn't got the thing anymore, has he? I really like Remake, but there's a bit too much of it, you know? Like, the side content really does send my fucking head a bit. And it's just the fact that Final Fantasy VII in its entirety, the 1997 version, is 30 hours, whereas Remake itself is 30 hours, and it only covers the Midgar arc. Which is fine. I absolutely adore Remake, but yeah, I was pretty vocal about my issues with it when they came up. Too much combat, bro. Too much combat. Where's the rough divide, boy? Come on. Right. One interesting thing this game does with its... for the GF system, we've acknowledged that they are essentially summon materia. In Final Fantasy VIII, some bosses will have summon abilities that can be drawn from them, the same way that we've been drawing magic. So that means that these summons are actually missable until the very, 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 very later parts of the game. The very last dungeon will give the player another chance to get them. But since you can't revisit boss fights, we wouldn't have been able to use Siren, which we just drew from the boss here, and we wouldn't have been able to get the abilities that GF gives way to if we didn't draw it from this boss. So we're going to be drawing pretty heavily throughout the rest of the game. That's it. Stay away from Squall, man. It needs to be a little weak boy. Just going to abstain from using magic and GS for now. Not to be boring, just to be a teacher's pet in a way. Well, we're holding on to magic for our purposes, and we're not using GFs because the teachers will, for some reason, we're not graded on that. We get points deducted, I believe. Now that's Squall dead. Oh shit, what the fuck? Who did I throw that? Oh my god, Moose. It's a good job I saved out there, man. Right, if he uses that AoE again, I'm fucked. Please cast on selfie. Oh my god, Moose. Come on, girl. A little bit sloppy, man. We need to kill him before he does that AoE again. Actually, at these levels, we could probably survive one of them, but I think the boss is pretty close to dead. Here it is, fuck's sake. Oh, heavens, that did a lot of damage. Fucking hell, this might be a do-over. Oh, God, yeah, take it, man. We might be busted for this one. I'm gonna have to play a bit safer, man. I was being a bit cocky. Go on, selfie, do it. Do it, girl. I trust. No, she's dead. She's dead as disco, man. Sorry, my girl. We'll run that back. We'll run that back. It's been a long time since I lost to this boss, man, and it's just because I'm trying to hog limit breaks. Heavens. To any fellow veterans, I am very sorry for what just happened. It won't happen again. Yeah, I'm as disappointed as you probably are right now.
Woohoo! Let's go, guys.
Zell, I'm still gonna be a scumbag with Squall. How I roll. F abilities and how they're getting on. We need Card ASAP. Card is the most busted ability in this entire game, bar none. I don't know how much we'll be able to take advantage of it because I'm not going to concentrate too much on triple triads just because it's one of those time sink momentum killers. For the most part, we want to just be staying on course with the narrative, as that's what I really want to dig into, and the game's development in and of itself. But the combat is going to be a lesser focus. That said, I need to do a bit better than that.
This goes here, here, and here, and here, here, here.
This was an age before cutscene skipping as well, because they put a lot of time and effort into these cutscenes, man. This is cutting edge. See that wrench falling? That made at least 5 people cry just because of how far we've come. At least 5 people. I've been seeing some pretty crazy Final Fantasy VII speedrun stuff that's been discovered in the last couple of years, with some of the bigger glitches restoring Aerith into your party. I'm wondering if anybody's done that with well, there's a guest character, but I guess there's 4 guest characters in total. I wonder if anybody has found out an in-game way of coaxing those guys into your party. You have to do some pretty ludicrous shit. It's all very interesting stuff, man. If you've got an obsessive interest in FF7, yeah, these Aerith glitches and stuff that people are discovering are cool. A particular character that's going to join us for a very short time later on that I just wanted more of. But it's another Sephiroth flashback scenario. It's like you only want her because of how fucking powerful they are. That was recent. I saw that too, keeping Aerith alive. Yeah, man, it was 9/8 production of whoever he is. That guy's he's been doing bits for a while, man. That's the sort of traction we'll hopefully get at some point, because he only plays Final Fantasy VII, bro, and he's only been playing it for about a decade, man. That guy's been streaming, surely. Well, yeah, it's crazy that people are still discovering stuff, man. These FMVs must have been their real first attempt at fantasy realism. I'd say so. They are definitely showing off. Squaresoft was the front runner for this kind of tech back in the day. And it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close, man. I'd say Blizzard probably came somewhere after that with their World of Warcraft intro cinematics. I remember people making a big deal out of the Wrath of the Lich King intro for good reason. I think that still looks really good today, to be honest. But yeah, Squaresoft had this shit pegged long before anybody else did. And I'm slipping around the screen again, bro. What's going on there? What the fuck am I sliding around for? Like I'm sitting on an ice rink. Fucking sus. What the hell is doing that, man? Honest to God, man. Where's the game at? There it is. I really like this is because I've been slowly developing a JRPG narrative for a very long time now. What the fuck is going on with this? Legacy of Kain, man. Oh my God. They've remastered that recently, haven't they? I'll have to investigate that, man. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII's approach to technology and the fantastical. I just took that and ran, as you can probably guess by now. This is my ideal aesthetic. This weird tie-in between magic and technology. I've always been a little bit obsessed with it. I know there's a lot of people that don't like having guns and it's the auto frame. I've caught you. Aha! That's why my cam was looking weird. All this room I've got. Some people that don't respect the guns and swords dichotomy. I understand that, but you have to understand. I was raised on Final Fantasy VII, so to me, guns, melee weapons, it's all fair game, man. It's all fair game. I love how ludicrous it is, the notion of having these two things, man. It's like again, going back to Harry Potter, we always talk about, when we're joking about Harry Potter, how every kid at that school is walking around with a loaded gun. But really, if anybody wanted to do something about Voldemort, you would just take him out from fucking a mile away with a very nice rifle. That's how I'd do it, man. Bullets move faster than words. Probably. He has to. Well, they don't always. This is the thing about Harry Potter, man. Sometimes they have to do incantations. Sometimes they don't. Not a single gun in Harry Potter. Joking. Shouts out to Legacy of Kain. Jesus. I know what you mean. I know you mentioned it. Goldie will win. All right. Can't argue with that. To be fair. I can't. I'm not even being facetious. I can't argue with that because it's magic. Playing it a little bit safer. Uncle save Harry Potter. Well, yeah, always made sense to me. And the thing is, because like I say, I it's not that I respect Harry Potter. I just think it's really, really interesting because it's a cultural cornerstone for the UK. I enjoy Harry Potter, but I don't like Harry Potter. I don't know if that makes any sense. I like taking the piss out of it. So I'll be the asshole that says, well, the Muggle Prime Minister is informed on some of this magic stuff. Can't the Muggle Prime Minister help? Like, surely an army, surely a small task force, Black Ops task force, would make quick work of Voldemort, to be honest. I'm probably wrong, no. I understand that I'm probably wrong, and I have no wonder in my life, and I can't just enjoy things. But write better stories, man. It's not my fault. Gold team leader. Gold team leader. Are you in position? Target is in my sights. Okay, take him out. Voldemort is down. Voldemort has been defeated. Moving to rendezvous. I understand I enjoy some of the... Yeah. Exactly, man. Exactly. Limp Bizkit, Harry Potter, very, very similar guilty pleasures, I think. Kingdom Hearts makes more sense than Harry Potter. Oh, Selfie, you're going to get blown in a minute. I can feel it. You're going to get blown. Let's get you back up, hotcakes. Sorry, I can't say that. Selfie's like 17, 16. But she was older than me when I got the game. So she's older than me now. She's like 86. Selfie's probably retired now. Get fucked. Haha. Haha. Nice chin, fucko. Oh, fuck. I need to extract. I need to draw Siren, bitch. If it was any kind of modern time story, there are addresses that need to be made. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be. A lot of things need to be sorted out. Remember when the Wizards started doing a terrorism? Remember when the Millennium Bridge was eaten by Wizards? Fuck me. I remember. Oh no! No! Squall! Don't kill him! Don't kill... Oh man. I'm getting away with my... Oh. Thank you. That was actually based. Thank you for killing me. Right, I nearly missed Siren, bro. Haha. Don't blow me off. 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 Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Don't blow me off, bro. I'm begging you, don't blow me. I don't want to be blown. I would totally read a fan story of MI7 taking on Hogwarts, right? I remember we've actually got some archived Let's Play footage of us playing Harry Potter 2. And I go off on the deep end. I start asking about the movie industry. I start asking about pornography, man. I start, how does this work? How does that work? Why don't we hear anything? There's very obvious reasons we don't hear about that. But the mind wonders sometimes. Crime. How is nobody robbing this bank all the time, man? If you can just fucking teleport all the time.
Okay, mister, you're gonna die now.
That full cure was shit hot, my girl. Thank you very much. Why we like Selfie, man. Yeah, I'll maybe I'll revive that content, man. I've still got to edit the last of it, man. But we went in deep discussing all the things about the Wizarding world that J.K. Rowling didn't want us to discuss. I feel sorry for that one Harry Potter fan that happened to... So do I, man. I feel sorry for Final Fantasy VII fans, man. God. Did you know Crowd was molested? I've red pilled people on Star Wars as well, man. I had some friends, and they're not my friends anymore, that like the sequels. And I'll protect the prequels well before I protect the sequels, man. Oh, none of this, mate. All of this is shit, man. And then the Emperor was alive again. Go fuck yourself. Don't try and tell me that's good movie. That's not good movie. That's bad movie. How dare you? You're not allowed to enjoy things. Not whilst I think about them way more than you do. Since I put all this time in thinking about it, I might as well ruin it for you. Really enjoyed the Final Fantasy VII remake streams. They were, oh, thank you so much, Puddy. It was really good to have you for all of that. We'll get you in a Discord as well, bro. If you do use it. Well done for finding my Twitter as well. I will update any weird business on this YouTube account. And I might put an update video out just so there's something there for people that aren't checking in that might want to know why I'm not releasing music again. I'll do a little update at some point, just talking about what my goals are this year and beyond, I guess. But thank you, Pudgy. That's really, really good to hear. We went hard on that analysis, and I enjoyed it a lot. So if anybody else did, fucking happy days. Great stuff. Really good to hear, man. All seed members and seed candidates are to withdraw at 1900 hours. Assemble at the shore. Withdraw. There are still enemies around. I know, but I'm just the messenger. Hello, traveler. In order to withdraw, I don't want to miss the... What time do you say? Like I said... Oh, God, I can't do lady voices. All seed members and seed candidates are to withdraw at 1900 hours. I love you, Selfie, but we're going to have to find a voice for you, Christis and Renoa, and I'm really not looking forward to that. Right, following orders. Who the hell does he think he is, man? Right, we got to bail. So we got another time sequence. Want to go down. Not want to go down, want to go down. And Selfie's saying it. This is the kind of minutiae I'm going to point out, because this prompt alone teaches us about Selfie. She's using youthful vernacular, wanna instead of want to. Do you want to descend using the elevator? We know that Selfie is potentially a little bit immature just because of how she speaks. And you can say the same for Del as well. You edit a lot of Harry Potter. Did you? Where did you get up to? Because I remember editing at least 3. We'll make that available. I might put that on this channel. I'll get permission from the boys as well. Yeah, because I don't want to. It'd be awkward me putting it up in that, because I don't know if I'm gonna continue doing the Let's Play stuff. I'd like to, but we found a bottleneck at editing. I am a video editor on top of everything else, but video editing takes up a lot of time, man. And me being all ADHD, I tend to ping pong from one thing to the next. So there are a few things I would like to do, but not until I can hire a little bit of help, which I've wanted to do for a while. So yeah, we'll see how we get on this year, man. I've got a good feeling about this year. I've got a lot of optimism at the moment, or a lot of self-assurance in terms of what I want to do and how I'm going to do it. So I appreciate everybody touching down. What I'm hoping is going to be a bit of a renaissance for this channel. Give me a bit of time for this and that. The biggest challenge at the moment for me is getting the capital necessary to take myself away from society for a bit. That's the only goal I have. I'm sure it's the only goal many of you might have, man. I'm not much of a drone, but the anxiety and stresses are passive to the point where I don't feel anxious or stressed, but they are pervasive in that I can't properly relax and work on creative projects, strictly creative projects, unless I'm completely at ease, man. And at the moment, there's always something I should be doing to get my money right. I'm using these streams as a little bit of it as a decompression session, and if it's proven decent content, fucking fantastic, because then we're ticking 2 boxes at the same time. Hey, I needed to save. I'm not too worried about this timer, but we're going to be doing something that the game is going to tell us is a very bad idea, and we're going to see how we get along. Editing takes forever. Try getting better at it. So I made a bunch of facetious item location videos on Lunacid. Took forever, and they're all, yeah, man. My wild estimate the other day was like, for every 1 second of footage, there's 10 seconds of editing, and to be honest, it's probably like 30 seconds to a minute. If we're being honest, man. Depending on how complex you want your editing to be, man. Like, because I like fucking around in After Effects. Nothing's fast in After Effects, man. So it's a bit of a harsh reality, but instead of me doubling down on editing, when I could be doing other things. I'm just resigning to the idea of I will one day hire a shit hot editor that understands, probably someone I know, you know what I mean? Somebody that understands what I'm looking for in an editor. I'm not going to be going to Fiverr by any means. That's not to knock the hustle of people on Fiverr. I respect much of what goes on, not all, much of what goes on sites like Fiverr, but I'll be very particular, and ideally it would be somebody that I know, but I need to put some cash in the pocket. There's no way I'm gonna try and get anybody to edit for free, man. That is literally slavery, because it's not easy work by any means, but it can be easy, but it's always time consuming, you know. Right, yeah, so we're gonna try and kill this thing. We're not really supposed to, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Ideally, I would have a limit break set up already. I'm just gonna get Selfie up. We're not gonna heal Squall, but we are gonna heal the other two. It's good to have a varied skill set, though. Like, I'm glad that I can edit. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad for all the things that I'm able to do. Even if I should have focused on one or two things, possibly. Because when it comes to getting an editor or talking to programmers and stuff, I can talk the language. I know what a J cut and an L cut is, bro. You know what I mean? So I know what I'm looking. I'm not going to get mugged off either. It's good to have that comprehension in a digital age. Is that gonna hurt like crazy? No, not that bad. Oops. Let's see if we can get this puppy down. As you can imagine, we get a nice amount of points towards our grade if we pull this off. A rough divide, bro. You've not done that in a minute. Thank you very much. I love it when video games listen to me. I haven't got a Phoenix down. That's making me nervous. Making me nervous. Oh, we're fine. Shabaloo! Oh, I missed that one. I didn't. I frame buffered it, bro. What am I talking about? I'm a professional. I don't heal the robot. I'm nervous. If I don't get him down in the next Renzuken, I'm going to probably heal Squall. Yeah, I'm definitely going to heal Squall. Which is not going to work if Squall dies. Come on, fucker. Come on, fucker. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Okay. Use the beat. I don't know what buttons those are. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. It said button. It said B1 and B9. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, shit. I need to run away from this fight. Oh, no. Oh, no. Just try to see if anybody's got the fucking button annotations, bro. It should be both bumpers, but some reason I've got start on R2, bro. Right, we'll consider this a wash. If I get beaten up, I'm gonna back out and sort that out. Because that's a bit of a problem, I think. Oh. Start and select. All right. Okay. At least it kind of makes sense. At least the kind of I don't know, man. Fucking hell. It is the Steam port is a disaster for pad, honestly. I don't know. Right. We're all right. We're all right. We'll keep it going. Christmas crackers, man. I'll definitely sort controls out before the next stream, man. Get it, let's go. Nah. Fuck's sake, man.
Hey, big boy.
I don't know how many screens I actually have to beat this arsehole up on, so let go, I guess. This guy's probably weak to lightning, man. I don't have any lightning magic yet. Oh, selfie. My girl. Christmas. Yeah, man. I need to learn how fucking clipping and all that shit works on YouTube as well. I've been a bit ignorant since I came over here, but I'm going to make this channel my home again. So I will do my due diligence, man, because it's rude if I don't, innit, really. Thank you very much, Alvi. I turned my chatbot off a while ago because he was going haywire. I'll turn that back on, and then I'll have a bot that can annoy you. Telling you to do the normal engagement things. It does really help out, man. To be honest, I could give a fuck. I really could give a fuck. As long as people are here and having a good time, that's all. I don't care about likes. I don't care about subs. But obviously, means to an end. It will help the overall vision. And I never forget my day ones either, man. Or my day zeros in some people's cases. Let that be known. I'll always try and give back in some fashion at some point. So even just attention retention is golden for me right now. I'm chuffed. So thank you very much, guys. We'll use the clips for the shorts and stuff like that, man. So have at it, guys. Right. Wake back up. What's going on? We're punching robots again. Needs to be quicker. Well, thank you to Alvi Online, aka BB, for filling a very necessary role of reminding people, doing that thing that conditions people, apparently conditions people to do the things.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and buy me on Patreon.
Spray bomb, motherfucker. Let's go. Start and select, bro. Christ alive. Almost every other button seems to be right. And then I've got start on R2, and then you're like, well, where did it go? Where did it go wrong? I don't like you very much. Rough divide, bro. Ah. All right. Ready this time. Sorry, it was B9 and B10. Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks. Ah! Leave us alone. We have class. You're gonna make us late, bro. Oops, I had it. Not as good as our selfie there. Yeah, I'm thinking ahead to my core lineup. This game does split parties very well. It's something that Final Fantasy VII experimented with, but not to the level that Final Fantasy VI did. Final Fantasy VI is so impressive with how it divides up its cast, especially considering it's got the largest cast in the franchise. They not all the characters get full, completed, developed arcs, but fucking hell, the amount of characters that did get arcs, full arcs, are lucky to have gotten them. Because a lot of characters get a lot of development in that game, man. Oh! Stop it! Stop it! Get fucked! The nunchucks as well, man. I did have a pair of nunchucks at some point around the house, man. Only training ones. My parents bought them for me when I was like 10 years old, bro. It was lit. How gonna... sorry, is Squall gonna bite? Yeah, he's gonna bite it, man. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. We move. Go on, Selfie. Use that level 2 magic you shouldn't have. Kill this fucker off dead. Gazowie. Eat my actual ass. Eat my robo ass, idiot. Oh, poor Squall, man. He's missing all of this. I'm wondering how successful this is going to be unless I get a fucking Phoenix down, bro. I'm fancying my chances less and less, but we'll see. We're not technically... We don't have to fight this thing, but I like to. Well, have you been revived on 1 HP? No, that would have been nice, but hey-ho. Right. That's the case. We might have to skip killing that fucker, man. I played it too close with the limit breaks. But we'll have to see. We have to hurt him a little bit anyway. But I played this very silly, Lily. Double trouble. Right, boys, we need to get a fucking move on. We really do need to get a move on. Too busy being nice to you lot, man. That's what happens. Get it, Selfie. Putting in work, my girl. Appreciate you. Oofty. All right. Come on, man. Go down. Sit down, Dougie. Oh. Oh. Pongo. Punch him, Zell. Yes, man. Well, I used to grind in the beginning. Sure, it makes enemies harder, but also gives you more. Absolutely, bro. Yeah. Absolutely, and that's where the ceiling comes in, and I kind of admire it because there's levels to it, even for veteran players. As it stands, I might have fucked myself a little bit for the purposes of getting him down this time. And to be honest, you might just have to kill him in one screen, so I might have done it wrong on that end as well. So for now, we'll just try and get out in the time that we've got left. We might be all right to do that. I've never actually run out of time on this section, so I don't actually know what happens. Come on, that's gotta be it, bro. Do. Oh, it's eating her. Oh, that's a shame. You hate to see it happen, man. Punch it. Yes. Christmas, man. It's the combination of turn-based combat and real-time countdown, man. It's enough to make anyone sweat. It does give you a generous amount of time. I've just been a bit of an asshole, man. might be worth soft resetting and fucking just try to kill him in one screen, but I can't actually remember if you kill him in a single fight or across multiple. Genuinely can't remember. Tip tap toe. Yeah, very precarious position. I've never been in this particular situation during this sequence before. Maybe remake has made me a bit soft. Remake did give me a hard time at times as well, but you know, most of the time it did. It was because I was being an asshole, and then we'd actually configure materia, and it was all good. Gonna roll out. Thanks for the nostalgia. Haven't seen this game in many. You're very fucking welcome, man. We're just gonna be doing it's Final Fantasy season, man. So VODs will be there. Always welcome back, my man. Thank you very much for touching down. It's always good to have other fans that we can kind of bounce ideas off of. So enjoy your weekend, my man. It's Friday night, so I couldn't blame anybody for doing something else. But thank you very much, man. Right, guys, let's speed this up or do the soft reset and double down on killing this motherfucker fastly. Christ, right, that's the last time you ever cast a spell on this playthrough, Zell. That's how you cast the magics. Fucking hell, Moose. What's the soft reset? Of course, all the buttons have changed, Moose, so it'll be what you think. Asshole video game.
Ray Bomb, I am a robot. Hello, I am a robot. I'm going to shoot my laser at you. I'm going to shoot my laser at you. Beep boop. I am from the year 2077. In the year 2077, I am a robot.
We got one blizzard left, man. It's all right. We've got to spend them. To be fair, if we don't kill it, we get rewarded with a very cool cutscene. So there are benefits to not successfully destroying the robots that you're not necessarily supposed to defeat. But alas, I didn't give myself the best chance, apparently. And I'm very sorry.
Kill the robot. Beep. Beep, you are hurting me. Beep.
Bush. Rickets, man. Need to go down a bit faster, old pony, my friend. Be a lot better if I had... I wish I had a gunblade user. You know what this situation calls for? Goddamn gunblade, bro. But he's having a power nap. I trust Cloud. Sorry, I keep trying to call him Cloud. I trust Squall lying on the floor for this isn't going to bode well for his test scores. I don't actually know how that part works, man. Yeah, get down. Sit down on the floor and piss off. What a stinker. What a fucking stinker. Let's go. Right, where's that dog at? Come here. Move. We rescue the dog, we get points, bro. And you should probably just rescue the dog anyway. It's a dog. It's a dig. I think we're actually all right. I think we're home free. I'm not going to get the seed rank I quite wanted. But alas, there is always an opportunity to increase your seed rank after this through a very, very cool exam system where you are to sit exams and answer questions about the game. And they are not easy questions by any means. For the sake of this, because I normally cheat it, man. I'm not going to cheat We're going to study the game and understand it enough to answer all of those questions for ourselves, man. There'll be no bullshit cheating on the exams. I watched this cutscene because it's lit. You understand why I find Quistis quite so sexy as I do? I do probably find Quistis to be the sexiest character in this game, other than Zell. Another iconic cutscene, man. Here we go. I love that woman. She has a very special place in my heart. A cool bit of trivia. Squall's appearance was the first thing that was conceptualized for Final Fantasy VIII. And Squall's appearance is heavily inspired by the late River Phoenix. They do look very similar.
I like the red juice. I like the red juice. Mummy. Yeah, I make the red juice.
Fujin and Reijin, two very cool supporting characters. These are Cypher's only friends. And there's a lot to like about them. Fujin has heavily informed the design of one of my JRPG's protagonists since a long time ago. Man, all they did was get in my way. Being a leader ain't easy. Fujin talks in single word sentences. And it's always in caps, so I'll maybe I won't shout all the time, but safe! That's how I imagine she talks. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry about that. I should have moved away from the mic, but that's how it be. That's what that Gordon from Twin Peaks.
Hey! You took my computer. Not again, man. There goes Mr. Ego.
Might as well walk it. You're all right, Quistis. What you doing, girl? You're not coming back with us? Okay, you're free to go. You can buy some souvenirs. Have a review meeting. It's up to you. I recommend you go back and rest, though. Right, and that serves as our introduction to the world of Final Fantasy VIII. From here, the game is going to open up more and more. We're going to learn more about how the world operates, how the major power structures are organized, and what influence they have over the world. We're going to find out a little bit more about the mercenary schools and how they interact with the world beyond horrific conflicts like the one we were just inserted to. But whilst we're here, we're going to go to Zell's house as well, and we're going to meet Mama Dinkt. Synthesis system in its entirety, you don't get any random weapon drops. Everything is done via synthesis. And the best way and the most exploitable way to get synthesis items is using the card mechanic, which we're currently trying to unlock with Quetzalcoatl, one of the GFs. The card ability allows us to turn cards into items, and very quickly things can get a little bit overpowered. I need Phoenix Downs, bro, because I fucking didn't kill the robot. I'm really sad about it. Sigh. Let's go see Mama Dinkt. Oh, this is the Queen of Cards. I am the Queen of Cards. I travel all over the world to monitor and enforce the various card rules. So, I'll go for how the rules passed on for starters. Basically, each region has its own rules. The rules you're carrying are passed on as you travel to various regions. As for the trading rules, they gradually spread out from a region where the card game is most popular. Of course, this region can change constantly depending on your course and actions. Also, my presence in a region can change its trading rules at times too. Fucking epic, man. Such a cool fucking system. And on the topic of immersing yourself in the world and stuff, what I was saying about mini games and the necessity for mini games in worlds like this as a means to get you immersed in the world, and not just the world as a whole, but in individual cultures. Final Fantasy VIII takes that one step further by allowing each of the different nations or cultures to have their own different card game rules, and by interacting with different cultures, you can spread that culture far and wide. In a sense, you know, you're not going to be rewarded for being, a tastemaker, or Mr. Culture Man, just respond. But in effect, that's what it's doing. It's allowing us to get an even bigger idea of the differences between these cultures and how they perceive the same thing, because they're all playing with the same deck of cards, although it's a collector thing. It's a bit like Pokemon, so you're not necessarily, it's not a 52 card deck that you can just go out and buy. Everybody has to collect them, but everybody plays with the same cards. It's like if different countries had different rules for Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that, you'd learn something by interfacing with these different rule sets. And I just think that's a really nice little detail. The Queen of Cards quest, we might not do on this playthrough because it takes a bit of time, but you do essentially travel the world playing Triple Triad in order to get some rewards, some of the better cards. Ma dinked.
There, what a surprise! Are these your friends? This is my house, but don't make yourself too comfortable.
Zell won't allow you to go upstairs. I can't remember what the reason for this is just yet. Can't go into his room.
Yo, Squirrel! That's my room up there. It's sacred, so just keep out. Asshole.
You can play a lot of people at cards. You can play Mama Dinked at a game of cards. I don't think she'll do it yet, but she has the Zell card, for example, I'm pretty sure. An old mission issue of Timber Maniacs. Not. Okay. That's a bit of a weird joke, to be honest, because we don't really know what the Timber Maniacs is yet. The Timber Maniacs is a magazine that we can, I think we can collect them, rewards there, yada yada yada. Similar to the Turtle Paradise posters in Final Fantasy VII. We'll keep an eye out for those.
See you later, Ma Dinks. Love you. Love you.
And this is the town of Balam itself. Again, you'll hear me use the word fragrant a lot, and kind of open air. Hello, cat. That is a nice model for it. That is a nice textured cat. Is it not? His fucking mouth is opening. That's the best cat I've ever seen in a video game.
My poor hands are beginning to shake lately. I feel like my fishing's going downhill now. Back in the days, I used to catch a whole bunch of them balam fish and share them with this here cat.
That's out to that cat, man. Can I just... That's out to that cat. I've been neglecting my soundboard recently, man. It's not like me. Because I'm yapping. I'm yapping all the time. The yap's worth. All right, boy pants. Hey, you're a student at Garden, right? What's the news on the Garden Festival? Me and my girl and I, actually, are definitely going to be there with our band, all right? I'll see you guys then. What do you think about this?
That uniform looks cool. Got an idea? Let's wear something like that for our performance.
What, a fucking school uniform? Why don't you just go to school? What are you doing? Dropouts, man. What happens if you drop out of school, man? You get so stupid that you're like, oh my god, we should go to school. Didn't we? If we stick to the path, we won't get random battles. So let's just do that. Because we ain't facing much of value on here anymore. We're going back to Balam Garden. We're going to find out how well we did in our exam. It's not going to be quite as good as I was aiming, but it is of no consequence ultimately. All that really happens is we get a lower rank than we would have done. But as I say, there's the exam system in place and we can just study up and do that instead. My notes been scrolling all around the place, man. Alt tab. Look at Squall's ass just for a moment. Why did I put my notes in the same file as my FF7 note? I don't always refer to, but to be honest, we did an all right job of not having to rely on notes too much for Final Fantasy VII, but I like to have them just in case, because there are some of the bigger ideas and concepts that I want to talk about. I won't be able to recall them in the moment, so if something comes up that I have notes for, I can just shoot across. I do be taking notes as well. That's the degree of autism we're dealing with here. We move.
Okay, look at my asshole.
I love the Balam theme as well. I've always kind of wanted to sample it, but it's a bit too nice. Actually, it could be fucking... be pretty ethereal. I do be sampling Final Fantasy. To be honest, recently, whenever I feel like sampling Final Fantasy, I'll get the MIDI instead, and I'll have the bits that I want played out on my instruments, and generally I'll fuck with chord composition structures and stuff like that, and make them worse, usually. Headmaster said,
"We just received word from the Duke Dukedom. Albanian army has agreed."
I can't do a Robin Williams impression, so this will have to do.
The Galbadian army has agreed to withdraw as long as the communication tower is repaired and the uplink remains operational. Wicked. In any case, Galbadia is out of there. We could have made more money if they stayed and caused more ruckus.
Quite an important line, I think, considering that the headmaster is stood right there. Zoo is saying, basically, if it was a harder job, if there was more opportunities for conflict and violence, that would have been good for us because we would have made more money. Capitalism, again, rearing its ugly little head in JRPGs as a entirely negative concept. We will always be engaged in capitalism in some ways just because item shops and the like, it's a transactional, commercial business empire or structure still. But as with Final Fantasy VII, this game does have a few criticisms to throw at capitalism. Okay, Sid's asking me how it went, and I've got the options: felt good, scared to death, and the iconic ... whatever. We're gonna go felt good because we want to sound like we are good little boys. We're so good at following orders. To actually fight, it was a good feeling.
That's the spirit, but don't let it go to your head.
All right, boss. Right, little boy. If he's got the Moogle card, then I'll take it from him. If he doesn't, we move on. This little boy has a Moogle card that he sometimes pulls out, but I'm not gonna sit here and harass the kid until he plays it, man, because that's just not a nice thing to do. You fucking asshole! That actually really upset me. My cards are not good enough to beat this child. This child is fucking gonna take my cards, man. This child is gonna take my cards away from me. What a little nipple boy. Eat my shit and lick my ass, you little prick. See you later. Get out my way. asshole. I'll play that kid next time I see him, man. We're not done. I've got business with that kid. What's up, Cypher, bro? Do you hear about the communication tower in Dullet? We would have been heroes if it weren't for that withdrawal order.
You were only looking for a fight.
My dear instructor, I'm hurt. Those are rather cruel words for an aspiring student. A mediocre instructor like you will never understand. I should point out that Quistis Treep is the youngest instructor in Balam Garden history. She is 17 or 18 years old, so she is the age of our leading cast. Because of this, Quistis is kind of ostracized by both the student body and the teachers as well, because she's looked down on by teachers because of her youth, even though she is quite capable, and the students view her with this level of authority that means she's a bit divided from people her own age. So Quistis leads quite a lonely life. She doesn't let on to that, and well, we'll see her talk about it before too long, to be honest. But this is a very important line from Cypher. A mediocre instructor like you will never understand. He is seeing her as an instructor, but ultimately, knowing Japanese hierarchies, age has a lot to do, like seniority and age hold a lot of weight in terms of authority and respect. Because Quistis might even be younger than Cypher, he doesn't regard her as a peer or anybody that he should be taking instructions from.
Cypher, don't be so stuck on yourself.
You'll all take responsibility for leaving the designated area. Isn't it a captain's duty to take the best possible action?
Cypher, you'll never be a seed. Calling yourself a captain is a joke, darling.
All right, Zoo. That's pretty harsh. Oh, he's still fucking hell. Depressed the boy. Oh, she must have been pissed off, man. I'd be pissed off too if my eyes were that close together. Quistis hasn't fully grown into her adulthood. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I've got so much time for Quistis, man. It's to be believed that she does have feelings for Squall as well, which, given her position, would be inappropriate. Headmaster Sid says to Cypher,
"But I'm not entirely without sympathy for you, old boy, old chap. I don't want you to all become machines. I want you to all be able to think and act for yourselves. I am
put off. Garden faculty, Headmaster Sid, you have some business in your office."
There are so many issues at hand here, boys. I've got to be off.
Keep your eye on how the Garden faculty speak to Sid. Oh, we are a non-profit organization. This incident will be a hard-learned lesson for the Dolit Dukedom. They'll all know how to be more generous when hiring. They'll now know to be more generous when hiring Seed. Sorry, excuse me. That was actually quite revealing. Seed shall not act beyond the exact wording of a contract. Very important. We are not a non-profit organization. Excuse me. This incident will be a hard-learned lesson for the Dolit Dukedom. They'll now know to be more generous when hiring Seed. Sorry, I scuffed that before. So, capitalism, rearing its ugly head again. We're only going to come in and help you solve your problems, your nationwide conflicts, your political upsets, if you can fucking foot the bill. And that's the only way it's going to happen. This isn't a benevolent venture. We are sending these kids in to fight in order to get us money, the adults, you could say. Ada. All right, we're going to go see if we passed the test, and if we did indeed do enough to become a seed. A seed is I guess the more professional operatives. Guess if you've got police, you've got FBI, right? They're not. I mean, bit of a weird contrast because it's not law enforcement. But what I mean is, it's kind of a higher caliber of mercenary. Think soldier class 1, 2, and 3. Seed would be class 1, if that makes sense. The archetypical big, busty, mature lady who's seductive and always says the aforementioned thing. Yeah, they could have made a. Right. Fujin was saying
that it'd be all your fault if Cypher doesn't become a seed. He can be pretty scary, you know. Yep. They're gonna call out names one at a time.
Look at Zell's animations, man. I think something was lost in the pursuit for realism in regards to animation and character. A lot of the characters in Final Fantasy VII Remake did take on the stances, because you'd have a lot of set animations for characters to distinguish their personality, to put their personality across. Hands on hips, you know, just general gestures and stuff like that. They did do that in Final Fantasy VII, but because body language is animated to be actual body language now, it's not as clear. They'll pass the test. Squall from Squad B, please step forward. Buzzing. Side note, just as I thought Zell was a woman, it's hard to tell Fuji was feet behind. I can understand that. That's fair. Click. Love that. Yeah, I can see that, bro. I think you're thinking the Zell Dink lesbian fan theory. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That made me laugh. We are proud to introduce Seed, Balam Garden's mercenary soldiers. Seed soldiers are combat specialists. Sorry, I forgot my Sid voice.
But that is only one aspect of Seed. When the time comes, old boy.
Headmaster, it's almost time for the meeting. Please make this short. The meeting. Seed is a valuable asset to Garden. Its reputation is solely dependent on each of you. Notice how the Garden faculty is practically walking all over the headmaster. He has interrupted what should be the headmaster's speech. The headmaster should have complete authority over the faculty, and yet the faculty is just relaying the facts that Sid was slowly kind of unveiling, just to speed the process up, because Headmaster Sid has a meeting. Is that what you are is that what you wanted to say, sir? Yeah. Here is your Seed rank report. Yeah, you're right, actually. I wish Fujin did have a portrait, man. It'd be cool if there were. I know we've got some other secondary characters we're going to be meeting later on. Do your best, even if you don't stand out. He's saying this to the nameless, the faceless NPC in the room, which I quite like. Not just us that's passed. It's, you know, there are other students that passed. He's telling Zell to control his emotions. And he's telling Squall he's glad that he's finally got a Gunblade specialist ranks. I'm trying to remember, because Zell gets with the library girl if we do that sneaky little side quest. I need to get a guide up so I don't forget things. We'll move for now, but next time I'll have a guide up on the side just so we don't miss any of that stuff, because the okay, thank you very much. I can't remember what that is. Is that the only time you'll get that? Because there's a chance I've probably missed that a few times. After 17 years of suffering, my chance has finally arrived. What? Squall. Oh, look at these two, man.
Yo, Squirrel, let's get back to class. What do you mean, why?
They give a speech in front of the entire class, and after that, the inauguration party, which has the most iconic cutscene in the entire game, I would say. I'm really looking forward to that. I love these animations, bro. Selphie skipping along. There's a lot to tell us that Selphie is a bit immature for her age. But that's only been done quite subtly so far. She's shown to be a bit of a klutz. And her language her speaking is a bit mature, you could say. I really like this. Despite Cypher being conceited, he still is the one to initiate applause for Squall, Zell, and Selphie. Even though him and Squall don't get on, I think shows a lot about his character, man. We got conduct 20 points, judgment 70, attack 50, spirit 30, attitude 80 points. What's the highest you can get out there? Just to see how we did, man, because we definitely didn't get the ones. Definitely didn't get as perfect a score as I would have liked. So let me just see. I've got a guide up over there now as well. Jagged's done a guide, that would be great, actually. And if I can, I'll find out what all of these different categories represent, because they all do represent different things, but okay, here we go. Conduct. We are awarded points for how much time we had remaining when we reached the dollar shore. I think you can get a max score of 100 in all of these. Tommy S says, I never thought Cypher clapping was sincere. Actually, you probably, yeah, no, to be fair, I think it's just because the others join in, but that adds levels to it. You're right, I probably took that for face value. I think I've been gaslit a little bit because everybody, he initiates the applause. So Fujin and Raging were probably just copying Cypher, you know, because they love the boy. But the others were clapping as well. So you might be right about that. I appreciate that, actually. I kind of have to agree, actually, because thinking about what I was saying about him saying something about his character, everything else we're going to learn about Cypher is fairly cynical. And we've had nothing up until this point that would give us the idea that he would be sincere. So I kind of have to agree. I think I was talking shit a minute ago. Shouts out to Tommy. Conduct, how much time you had remaining when you reached the dollar shore. Judgment, how much time you had left after you defeated Ifrit with smaller values being better. Attack, the number of enemies you've killed with more being better. Spirit, how often you escape from battle with less being better. Attitude, talking to too many people, disregarding Cypher's order, talking to Biggs, jumping off of the cliff, not saving the dog from the big robot, hiding in the pub are all worth negative points. A typical ranking will be anywhere from 5 to 10 depending on how quick you were, how familiar you are with the game's mechanics, and the points mentioned above. So, as I say, there is a salary system. We are paid to do our jobs, but we're only paid based on how good we are at that job. So we're starting out at seed rank 5, which is actually right down the middle. That is a average score, not one to be proud of in our circumstance. We were hoping for about a 7 to a 10, but we move. As a seed member, you will be paid a salary at regular intervals. The salary is determined by seed rank. Seed rank goes up according to your actions in battle. Some actions will cause your rank to go down. But we're always being tested by the system in some way. There is always reasons that we should consider adjusting our behavior based on what might better our career position. So we're going to shave off all of our rough edges and become a bit of a drone in order to progress. We're not actually, but that'll be the way to do it. Just follow orders. Don't have any individual thoughts. Just get along or get out, man. I think I like the Cypher not being sincere with the clapping. I think that makes way more sense, and I'm surprised it's the first time I've actually thought about it that way, because now nothing else makes sense. We don't really get to see much of Cypher's humility. He does have humility, and Cypher has a he's got one of my favorite character arcs in the game, if not maybe my favorite. But we'll see. There's a lot of good arcs in this game, but he hasn't shown any warmness towards anybody yet, let alone Squall. So, yeah, I like the Cypher being insincere with his clapping quite a lot. Let's get a quick save. I'm on 1 HP, but that's all right. We're only going shake our booties. All right, Self.
Hey, looking good. Good. All right, let's hit that party.
All right, girl. Right, super iconic scenes. I would highly recommend watching the imminent cutscene. It is a wonder to behold. And you might, through video game pop culture and by osmosis, there's a chance that those of you that haven't played the game might have already seen clips of this cutscene coming up before. It is that kind of iconic.
Guess we'll both see it now, huh? What are there, man? Hey, even as a seed, you're still the same. Well, that's typical of you. See ya. I'm gonna go eat some hot dogs. Oh, hey, Zal, want to join the Garden Festival committee, and blah, blah, blah. Hey, I just remembered something. Gotta go here.
Well, Selfie is super involved with this garden community festival that is being planned. If we chose to read a bit more about it on the computer at the start of the game, which does give us quite a lot of nice beginner's exposition, you would see that Selfie is the one running the message board, I believe. She's definitely got a heavy presence on those message boards. And that's before we ever meet Selfie and Zell, who's writing on there. I believe Cypher's got a message on there somewhere. Irvine has got... We're not going to meet Irvine tonight, certainly. Irvine's left a message, or leaves a message on there at some point. That might be later on.
Woohoo!
I know we'll be busy with a lot of seed stuff, but let's work hard on the garden festival too.
Bye, darling.
Right, here we go. We're gonna get short cutscene now, introducing us to... Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Notice that gesture of this young woman gesturing towards the shooting star. I'm going to come back to this in... I'm going to come back to that. Tommy S might not... Well, R equals U. We're going to talk about R equals U at some point. And Squall is as well, if you're familiar with those famous fan theories, because I think they're both pretty interesting, but I really like R equals U.
You're going to like me. You're going to like me.
So, contrast, again. We don't know the name of this young woman, but she's important enough that she's had a cutscene already. To all the characters will get, all the lead cast will get an intro cutscene, if you like. So we could probably extrapolate that this young dark-haired woman might be important to us. We're not going to talk too much about it yet, but notice the contrast, very similar between Squall and Cypher. We've got dark and light, yin and yang, light and dark. Very clear contrast between these two characters. Vital moment. You're the best looking guy in here, Squall. Yeah, Squall. Poor Squall, man. We're going to see a different side of Squall now, but he is so closed off that if a cute young lass comes up to him and starts hitting on him, he is not about that life because he will think it's either insincere or he's just otherwise too closed off to allow anybody in. We're going to go on to talk about Squall's fear of abandonment at some point, and it all kind of stems from that. Cloud, did I just call him Cloud again? I'm so sorry. Squall favors isolation over attachment because attachment can lead to pain. I'll leave that. I'll stick a pin in that for now because it's too early to discuss that. But this young lady is being very friendly towards Squall, and he's not really taking the hint. Still, though, we're going to see this woman have a bit of a profound effect on Squall than what we know of his character so far, telling us now that he can't dance. You'll be fine. Come on, darling. I'm looking for someone. I can't be on the dance floor alone. I love this cutscene so much. I beg you watch it. He probably, like, look, I love that he tries to walk away. The first time he fucks up, he goes, no, this is embarrassing. But there's something about this woman and her effect on him that has allowed Squall to just suddenly step outside of himself and just kind of live in the moment a little bit. You suppose the contrast to their clothes was a reflection of who they are, whereas people, she is up, he is down, she wears white, he wears black. Very good artistic design, if intentional. I would say yes, absolutely. It's easier to make the parallels between Cypher and Squall because Gunblade uses one-handed, the other two-handed, light hair, dark hair. The scars are literally mirrors of each other. They are mirrors of one another. They are the perfect foils for one another. And speaking of Cypher, we're going to find out who she was looking for in just a moment. But I would say, even in the case of Squall and our new lady friend here, absolutely. In terms of outlook, the colours represent their outlook perfectly. Like our lady friend, upbeat, flirtatious, you could say, quite forthcoming, whereas Squall was stood off to the side, just wanting the whole thing to be over. Polar opposites. It's the whole opposites attract paradigm. This is probably my favorite quote unquote love story. Well, not even quote unquote. It is a fucking love story. Not just because it's a Final Fantasy love story. The way that these two characters eventually come together is really, really, really well written, I think. They don't force it. I'm not going to talk about their initial meetings and such too much yet. Like I say, I want the game to kind of play out a bit just with people that aren't familiar with it. But naturally, Cloud and this young woman are going to become more acquainted. The fact that she got a cutscene. Quistis has been watching us, man. Been watching us dance. You really are an excellent student. Even that dance was... awkward. I love this. Yes? So you'll dance with somebody you don't even know, but you can't stand being around me. Whatever. Squall's Western catchphrase is the ellipsis whatever. Again, in the Japanese translation, it's a little less brash, I would say. I will pull up the actual translation because whereas the Western translation leans heavily on the whatever, in Japanese, these instances are quite varied. Like he's not just saying whatever. It's generally like it's something dismissive but varied, usually a bit more contextually suitable, you could say. You're an instructor and I'm your student. It's kind of awkward when you don't say anything.
That's true. I was like that myself. Oh, I completely forgot. I wonder what's to become of me.
I've come to give you an order. You and I are going to go to the secret. It's where students secretly meet up and talk after curfew. It's inside the training center. What do you want to do there? Oh, we gotta tell everyone they're violating curfew. If that's the case, forget it. Leave that for the disciplinary. I will find a new voice for Squall at some point. Yeah, get changed and meet me in front of the training center. This will be my last order. All right. What do you mean last order?
Well, I have a lot on my mind.
Okay. Get changed and meet at the training center. What's this all about? Right, let's do it. This is not a teacher-student relationship mode. No. I love the tension in that scene. Even without voice actors. The awkwardness is palpable. Like they left the dialogue hanging just enough for it to get a bit awkward. And it is technically inappropriate, to be honest. Like Quistis shouldn't be in her position, even though they are effectively the same age. It doesn't matter because she's got responsibilities, man. There are different expectations. She is in a different class of people, pretty much. And so it is incredibly inappropriate for Quistis to. Why can't I save? Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna try T-Rexor, man. we failed miserably on the robot on a XT whatever the fuck. We'll try T-Rexor, man. It's Squall's goofy face, man. Which way's the training center, man? I can't. We'll give the T-Rexor a bash. Might go horribly, because we are a bit under level. Like we to be honest, if I was on my own, I would have farmed AP a little bit on the beach, outside Balam Garden. But gonna move, and if we do run into a bit of gatekeeping, then we can make adjustments as needed, even if that means I'll do it off stream. And I have no issues doing a little bit of grinding off stream. Right, she's going to tell me how to junction status effect spells to my weapons. That's effectively the entire lecture content that we're getting right now. And she's going to mention that somewhere in the training center, there is a big nasty T-Rex walking around that we probably shouldn't fight, but that we might have a chance if we engage with this. He tells you to put sleep. Shit, do I even have sleep? She tells you to put sleep on it, man. In my mind, blind might be better. But it's been so long since I've done this, man. Like, I'm about to make myself look like a right dick. Probably. Magic like Esuna will defend against multiple status change. This is why I quite like the junction system. There's a lot of bullshit you can do with it, man. And essentially, the more of any given magic that you have, the higher the effect that it gives you on your equipment will be. That's why we're trying not. I've failed on this as well. That's why we're trying not to cast too much magic, because the more magic we pull, the more powerful we're going to be innately. Use a sleep attack against T-Rex, or just junction sleep onto your and attack. Right. Okay. Okay, Doc. Right is right. So, Quiz T, my girl. I need to take your pants off and give them to my girl,
My wife.
these slots are going to open up the more we level our GF as well, because they've got their own leveling system. And at the moment, gulp. Oh, I can. Thank fuck, man. What I was going to say, don't you? Right. Christis, we don't have sleep right now. So, let's let's see what happens. Oh boy. I think we can draw it from enemies, to be honest, so I won't be too worried just yet. I always figured Siren to be Quiztiz's signature GF, seeing how she's got all those... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, well remembered. Quiztiz has her own fan club among the students, given her status as Mega Babe instructor. Oh, what the fuck? What happened there? Sorry, I'm goofing. I'm tripping. And who could blame him, man? Oh, of course. Quiztiz could have any man she wants, man, and she goes for Mr. Moody Pants. I just gotta chill until I get broken out of that. I guess this is sleep. Big sleeps, man. I'm sorry, Quiztis. I fucked up. I thought I had you sorted, girl, but obviously not. I definitely have strong memories of equipping you with stuff, but obviously not. Pre-rendered background game. Well, this isn't really a this, I guess, technically, this is all models and stuff, but very, very strong visuals. And anybody who disagrees was probably born 2005 or afterwards. Maybe, I don't know. There is a bit of I'm seeing a lot more low poly artists on the rise at the moment, which I appreciate. If I am to finally start developing my JRPG, we will be going pre-rendered backgrounds and low poly. I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. Because I can do pixel art as well, bro, but we've got enough pixel art indie JRPGs, you know what I mean? It's still a consideration. Like, they both have the pros and the cons, to be honest, but I've got such a love for low poly art. And thinking about it, I think I do also have associations between the different GFs and who to equip them to that are quite naturally equipped Ifrit, like the Oh, I've got card, motherfucker. I've got no cards though. So yeah. What have we got? I haven't gained any cards, but I've lost my only geezer card. Fucking asshole, man. We'll see. Like I said, I don't want to pour time into that too much on stream, just because it's not going to make for engaging commentary, but that might be something I can do in my spare time. Well, and yes, to quote-unquote unlock the ability to synthesize new weapons, you do first have to find magazines. There's a bit of a focus on magazines as a piece of media. Magazines are quite a popular medium in the world of Final Fantasy VIII. I don't actually know what the planet's called, man. It might be another Gaia job. I'll probably refer to it as Gaia or the world of. But yeah, the way that we treat magic in the way that we are taught to or are conditioned to see magic is as a finite resource. It has a cost. Characters who bond with guardian forces are known to suffer from memory loss, which is a side effect of wielding magical power. So there is some transaction going on. It's not a completely, it's not completely safe. These characters are going to experience some form of loss just by engaging with the systems as they are, man. They risk losing a little bit of themselves, you could think, by engaging in combat. The idea is junctioning is effectively augmenting consciousness, which is going to be a very prevalent theme later on. So the part of your brain responsible for memories is the part that stores, is the part that you junction to. I don't think they ever say, well, it's the part of your brain where memories come from. We do know that the effect of equipping a GF to one's self, one's consciousness, does have side effects. The games between... no, we'll talk about that a bit later, actually, but we're soon going to talk about sorceresses as well, because even though everybody's kind of got access to powerful magics... I need to a quick quiz this, man. What am I doing? It goes to another level as well. It's not all fun and games where magic is concerned, man. Even though it might be widely accessible in a way that it certainly wasn't in Final Fantasy VII and the like. Normally it has to be special people, or you have to have special access to materia or what have you, or be part of an ancient bloodline, that jazz. Here it's a commodity, and it's both celebrated and feared on many levels. 3D gaming around this time was huge, even if it was semi-3D. PCs were still very expensive during this generation. The 16-bit consoles only had a couple FX chip 3D titles, and they didn't run very well. Yeah, man. Took a while for PC gaming to really get a foothold. I remember PC gaming for me initially was the Magic School Bus, man, and loads of edutainment games, and then like pinball and stuff like that. It truly was consoles for a hot minute, apart from like Doom and stuff, but generally it was older gamers, even at the time, gamers older than I was at the time, that were going clutch on Quake and, well, Doom, Wolfenstein, and then Quake, I guess. But yeah, the consoles back in the day were revered for good reason, man. Nowadays, consoles aren't anywhere near as defining as the console experience is kind of slipping away from us a little bit, which is good and bad in a way. Like, Square Enix has suffered horribly. Their profits have been terrible for a few years because they have stuck to the exclusives game, meaning they gatekeep games like Final Fantasy Rebirth, remake. Well, not remake actually. Rebirth certainly. I don't think that got released on PS4. I might be wrong. I'm not buying it for PS4. You know what I mean? And Final Fantasy 16. So sales on both of those games and the PlayStation 5. Don't let the shortages fool you. The PS5 didn't sell very well. Like, it's a bit of an issue for Sony and for Square, because nobody was buying the console. That was the only way to. It was the only way you could play their games. I'm actually writing something down to not forget when it is a. Oh, good man. Yeah, appreciate the hustle, man. We'll power through as best we can, because I can only imagine to what degree, how interesting this question is going to be, because there's so many interesting topics down the line, but we don't have enough context, and I don't want to spoil too much just yet. But I'm allowed to tell you that GFs come with side effects. It's not just a case of equipping it, set and forget. You will naturally suffer some sort of trade-off that you might not even be able to detect. But for now, just see it as the more these child soldiers are the longer these child soldiers are child soldiers, the more of themselves they risk losing, I guess is the safest way to put it right now. Respect to you, Tommy, man. Again, it's good to have you all, man, especially on a Friday night. I don't know if I'll be streaming over the weekend, but we'll fucking see. I've been on a hot one for streaming this week. But I will get a schedule sorted at some point as well. It's unlikely I'll be able to stream every night, every week. So I might take the weekend off this week and then I'll sort some sort of schedule out. We'll keep it running for now, as best I can. At the moment, I've just had urges to play these games, man. So it's no hair off my nuts by any means. I will happily do this, but in case I'm working on projects and stuff, I wouldn't want to ruin any expectations. But we're going to be out here, man. I think you answered it, agreed. Oh, bless you, man. This one. Point about GS, I vividly remember that being mentioned in Balam Garden's documents when browsing the control panel in the classroom. Yes, that's it. We didn't give it a full glance. I should have given it a bit more of a tooling over. I think we only really read a little bit of the message board and a little bit of information about sorceresses. But I'm not ready to talk about sorceresses yet. Again, we going back to Bifos, Wursek, where are those lyrics? I've got them on my phone. Oh, my phone's dead, of course it is. Let me get the lyrics up for that again, the translation. Because that's going to add on to this little point that without spoiling anything. This is all information that you can get if you're quite astute from the beginning. I'm just going to talk about the lyrics of the theme for this game, which actually I believe it was an American synchronized swim team actually used Bifos Lusek for their performance at the Olympics one year, I think early 2000s. It was very fucking cool. There's another song that we'll hear later. What the fuck is it called, man? Something about eyes. There's a vocal track later on which stayed at the top of the charts in Japan for a good 8 weeks. A lot to like about the soundtrack in this, absolutely. Libere Fatali. So I spoke about the lyrics before, and most of them are written in what I can only know to be legitimate Latin, but the words Thifos, Lusek, Vekos, Vinosek is actually not Latin at all. It's an anagram for succession of witches and love. Two of the main themes of the game. It's not an actual phrase in Latin like the rest of the lyrics, but the rest of the lyrics do tell us a lot about the characters and the journeys that they're going to be going through. So as soon as I can find the translation page that I found before, where is it, man? Libere Fatali, beautiful. So, Bifos Lusek, Vekos, Vinosek, that's repeated 7 times in the song itself. Again, succession of witches and love. Fake Latin. The other Latin translates to, wake from your sleep, my children, the childhood years are gone. Wake from your sleep, fated children, your rest is gone. Arise, search, discover the true garden, the garden of vernal truth, fiery truth. Burn the evil of the world, fiery truth. Light the darkness of the world. Prevail, children, in the fated days. Effectively saying, you're not a kid anymore. Your trial by fire is coming. Your adult years are coming. You are going to have to grow up, perhaps faster than you are ready to, but gotta be done. Yes, I think the other time it gets mentioned is basketball scene, where a lot of gamers spat the dummies out and rejected this game. But joke's on them, because... Oops. You do... Oh, I didn't... I'm confused, bro. It did happen. Oh, I didn't put my abilities on. Sorry, I'm losing my fucking mind over here. Draw... Magic. Draw. Item. And then we need to set what Byron is learning at the moment. Move. Find... E3, you're working on strength, yep. HP junction next, probably. Okay. So now we've got a little bit of sleep magic. We can junction that to our... And we'll go looking for the T-Rex on the way back. Oh, mind you, if it's the next fight, then I'll let it happen. Yeah, I mean, there's a few translations, because Latin's one of those languages, you know what I mean? One of the lines, Vini hortum veritatis, I think, veritatis, veritatis, I can't remember. Often translated to discover the truth of the garden, which makes sense within the context of the game, but the Latin lyrics are supposed to actually say discover the garden of truth, discover the true garden. Somebody's gone ham on this translation detailing. I really appreciate that. Also, although the word kune means nest for young birds, kune sunt non is usually translated as the childhood years are gone or your cradles are gone. You're not kids anymore. It's time to save the world. Fated children. All of this talk of destiny. Cypher's already kind of spoken a little bit about his idea of destiny, his romantic dream, as he calls it. We don't know how the other characters factor into this idea of destiny yet. Destiny, big themes, but it's a JRPG. The word destiny is always going to appear somewhere in these games, you know what I mean? Stop sucking me! Draw a bit more. Probably draw a bit more. Give me some more sleep. The more sleep materia, sleep magic I have bound to my attack, I believe the more likely it is to trigger that particular status.
Yeah, get him, Christy. Yeah, get him, Christy.
Go on, get. I need to play with my settings a little bit, actually. I've not touched them yet. Need to make sure I'm on wait instead of active, man. Even if it does make me look like a bitch. Bitch. What time are we on, man? For some reason, my Explorer didn't load, so I haven't got my taskbar at the bottom. It's been 4 hours. I'll see that go to 5 before I come off. It should be before 11. I'll probably finish... Okay, it's Friday, man. I'll finish when I want to finish. I will look for T-Rex, so we will definitely have at least one go on T-Rex before we come out of the training area. I'll keep on pushing it along for now. I say that's how we'll go about doing some of the side stuff. I'll take a couple kicks at it every now and then just to keep the variety, but if I think something's going to be a bit of a nag to make happen, we'll just keep on going. The bigger discussions here are going to come from our analysis and commentary of the narrative and the themes. We're doing a quote-unquote academic reading of this game, with some swearing in between and probably fart jokes and silly voices. What time is it? I was just asking that. It's after midnight.
Oh well.
Love this. I love this. I love the awkward silences, man. Palpable, even through these text boxes. I, Quistis Treep, am no longer an instructor as of now. I'm a member of Seed now, just like you. Who knows? Maybe we'll even end up working together. Would you like that? Would you like that, Cloud? I mean, Stork Squall. Speaking of Cloud, Squall also references the weather in some way, as does Tidus of Final Fantasy X. Zidane kind of breaks the trend a bit in 9, but Squall, I'll get a direct translation for Squall, man, because I know I'll butcher it if I try and do it on my own. All right, Cat, you're screaming at me again, I noticed. Up here if you want, son. So a squall is a violent gust of wind or localized storm, especially one bringing rain, snow, or sleet. So in Squall's case, still waters don't run deep with Cloud. He's a brooding person. There is a storm within, as if you like. I think that would probably be the best way to put it. If that's how it was decided, you have to abide by it. So Treep, Quistis didn't stand up. She couldn't hack being an instructor. Basically, they told me that I failed as an instructor. Basically, that I lacked leadership qualities. And why is that? I think it will be a case of Quistis holding back due to her past as well. I was a seed by the age of 15, got my instructor license at 17. It's only been a year since I got it. So I was Quistis 18 then. I wonder where I went wrong. I did my best. These are all damaged characters, naturally, because they're all child soldiers. That's all I'll say on the kids being damaged for now. We will come back to this idea of trauma again. Played a massive part in Final Fantasy VII and our discussions on it. It's going to play an even bigger role in Final Fantasy VIII, in my opinion.
I'm going with the talk. What am I supposed to say about other problems?
I'm not asking you to say anything. I just want you to listen.
And go talk to a wall.
Aren't there times when you want to share your feelings with someone?
Everybody has to take care of themselves. I don't want to carry anyone's burden.
Yeah, writing on the wall. He is not a happy guy by any means. Why is she no longer instructor? They're not completely clear on it, to be honest. But she just states that no leadership qualities. She couldn't pull her punches. She is a talented woman, and probably still made garden history, but something stopped her from achieving her true potential, you could say. I don't think Quistis is incompetent. I think she's incredibly competent. I think the only thing that would have held her back is her assertiveness and her inability to be assertive to people that are her age. Because, as I said, Quistis has kind of been ostracized by the fact that she's the youngest instructor, and she's not actually a peer of any of the people that are her age. She can't properly interface with people her age because they see her through the lens of authority. So it must have been a very lonely existence for Quistis, and I can only imagine that kind of damaged her sense of identity. You know what I mean? Oh, it's what she said to say. Oh, yeah, maybe, actually. Cussing him out. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I think I might have heard similar things mentioned, to be fair, man. I appreciate you, Tommy, man. I think my theory is that Quistis has self-esteem issues, which makes complete sense, given what we'll learn about her later on. I think Squall got a really bad rep for this scene. But when you consider being put in this position, it's very rare. It's very difficult to support someone when you simultaneously are lacking the support you need. He essentially was being asked to pour from an empty cup. Fucking beautiful, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't, I don't even really, I don't want to trample on any of those, man. I'll leave that as is. I think that's a perfect way to put it, man. Let me say it again without garbling it. I think Squall got a really bad rap for this scene, but when you consider being put in this position, it's very difficult to support someone when you simultaneously are lacking the support you need. He essentially was being asked to pour from an empty cup. Fucking poignant, my dude. Poetic. That is absolutely right. If we could find T-Rex boy, actually, before we go into the next scenario. Yes, Squall hasn't got the facilities to help anybody. He hasn't allowed himself to draw from social experiences. Because he's so closed off, so he can't accept that. He can't accept that he could be the one to be a shoulder to cry on or anything like that. And it all stems from his individual kinds of trauma. All of these characters have very similar trauma overall, being they are child soldiers and whatnot. Shouts out to Blue Magic. Yeah, absolutely, Jared. That's killer. But yeah, I agree. Squall typically is viewed as a, maybe not so much anymore, but historically, Squall was given a bit of shit for being quote unquote emo. I think fans of the game will probably agree with me in saying he's not emo, he's just a teenager who's been through some shit. He's not had it easy, and to me, the way that he shows that is quite reasonable. It's fairly quote unquote realistic. I never diagnose any characters in anything with any mental disorders. Not my place to do so. And characters don't have mental health. They are ideas. Oh boy. But trauma as a concept is something that we can absolutely extrapolate on, because we're given very, oh Christ, here we go. We're given very, I didn't save when I came out of the bastard fucking thingy, did I? Let's go. Skibbity-dibbity-doo. Thank you very much, Aldi. It has 13,000. It's weak against. Right, it's got 13,000 fucking hit points. Let's go. Oh boy. Right, we'll give it a go, man. I might have to sit through that cutscene again, but it's all right. We'll find something to talk about, man. Come on, Squall, bro. Oh. If I can start ripping Renzukens, however you'd like to pronounce it, this might not be too bad, but the danger there is if he puts me into that bracket of HP, he can kill me very quickly. And oh no, I did pick up some Phoenix Downs. Let's see how we get on. So far, I haven't had this proc once, bro. Twisty, do us a favor. Oh shit. No potion. Fuck off, man. It's no good. That's not good. We'll just rip and see where we get to, man. I didn't even stockpile that many blizzards. That's only 48 casts of blizzard, man. Fuck. I tried not to do the math, so thank you for that. Go on, get it, girl. No potion, no cure, motherfuckers. Ah, Kakis, man. Kakis, it all over my panties, man. All right, that's reasonable. Rough divide, please, bar. Thank you. I need every little bit of fucking damage I can get. If he hits Squall, there's a good chance he's going to have to lie down. So I'm a bit worried about that, but we'll see. So far, we've got a pretty good flow going. If I'm lucky, the next time Squall gets hit won't kill him. This is kind of going our way at the moment, but I don't want to get too hopeful, man. It could turn sour very quickly. Keep on chaining like that. That's probably the best case scenario. What happened, Quiztis? That was crap. Renzo Kuchen, sorry. Renzo Kuchen. Renzo Kuchen. Go on, hit Quiztis. Hit Quiztis. Hit Quiztis. Nah. Don't be like that. Shit. For safety, I'm going to have to back off. Have to back off a bit. If we can keep on going like this, we'll be all right. The kids will be all right, man. I don't even know how much sleep is supposed to help you in this fight, man. I guess it denies him an attack every now and then, but you know. Get tail sweeped, I can probably start chaining Renzukans again. Gosh, he is slow, isn't he? I guess asleep is enough to make him so slow that he can't really take moves that often at all. 15. Quistis, what's going on, girl? Need a break? Try the other one. Ah, that's probably it, bro, actually. That's probably it. Yeah, my brain always read that as, well, if you could kill the big T-Rex if you put him to sleep. Yeah, T-Rex, yeah. Yeah, T-Rex, cool. Now, don't hit her, man. That is a woman. Don't hit woman. I love that Quistis uses a whip, man. I love that woman. We'll probably keep Quistis. Ah, man, it's going to be hard. I like a lot of the characters in this game, bro, so it's going to be hard to pick my starting lineup. I think we definitely want Selfie on deck because we're going to try and see the end before the end. Lineage traces back to the Belmonts. Tell you what, I really like the first season of the Castlevania anime. I still need to catch up on that. I thought that was actually all right. Netflix get it right sometimes. As we never got, well, yeah, we've never had a fucking turn-based, party-based Castlevania JRPG. Would be pretty lit. They've got plenty of mythology to mine from, certainly. There's a school with a T-Rex in it. Is everybody up to date? Let me know if anybody's confused about anything regarding the school with the T-Rex running around. Because I understand that your schools probably didn't have T-Rexes running around them. So if you need any knowledge dropping, you just let me know. I'm scared to scan it, man, because I'm worried I've only done 1,000 hit points. No, it's not the case, but I'm just gonna keep on going. Maybe they thought this is when we'd noticed that if you put him to sleep, you could draw 100 of everything and smoke him. Yeah, we're a bit behind on the. Like I say, we're just gonna keep it going, man. If I start struggling, if I get gate kept hard, then I'll adjust the strategy and we'll go and do what we need to do to. Ah! The thing is, you do actually get a few frames to adjust. Ooh! When your limit break is available and you're doing that little trick, it will disallow you. It will stop you from transitioning to another character for long enough where you should be able. I'm just going to use the elixir, man. It'll probably be the last one we use. Yeah, there is a few frames where it tries to stop you from spamming it. I don't know how cognizant the developers were of the fact that limit breaks are so exploitable in Final Fantasy VIII. But here we go. Not as a recommendation. Legitimately wondering if that's what they thought. I didn't. It took me forever. I don't know, actually. Jared might have a better handle on it than I, to be honest. Because, like I say, I always assumed that to put it to sleep was a strategic measure if you were trying to kill the fucker. So I'm not actually too sure. I should have read that dialogue. Oh! At least he barely ever attacks, man. That's something. Oh, right. My bad. I healed you. Fucking hell, Moose. That's the end of the week. Come on, piggy. That's it. Come on, piggy. Oink, oink. Probably. When do we get Disintegrator Man with for my girl? There is some busted tech on this game, man. Thinking about it. I've not been thinking about the actual mechanics that much. I've just been thinking about narrative and the wider themes. But there is actually some busted tech in this game if you know what you're doing. All right, I think we're about a quarter of the way there. No, we should be over halfway. I fucking hope so. Mistis, actually, girl, do you want to just run a little scanny on him, just so I can get an idea? A little scan, perhaps. Oh, we're nearly there, boys. Just under 3,000 left. I'm going to cure Quistis. I've distributed my magic horribly as well. And we'll see where we get to. Stream for... I'll definitely stream for another half hour. Get my 5 hours in. Ideally, we could get to the start of the timber sequence. That would be a really good time to finish. And not too unrealistic either, I don't think. Give us a good launch pad into the next session. We've had a good amount of time establishing what the fuck the world is doing and who people are, and then the fantastical stuff is really going to kick off in the next session. I think might be wrong, but you can get Degenerator right now. Degenerator, not Disintegrator, if you have the Gesper card. Ah ha ha ha! Yeah, you're probably right actually. God, it's been so long. Yeah. If you want to. Using the card ability, you could crack this game wide open from the very beginning. We'll keep in pace, but there may be a point where I I want to rely on the card ability a bit more. But we'll see. Like I say, I don't want to force triple triad matches because there's RNG involved with the cards that your opponent selects and da-da-da-da. But I will maybe take a break here and there and play very specific people to get their particular cards. Nearly there, boys. Might be cutting it a bit too close with Quistis's health. Yeah, I'm incredibly underprepared compared to where how I normally would be at this stage. But I'm going to accept the challenge for now, certainly. I'm going to organise my items a bit and stuff, though. When was the last time this thing attacked, man? Fucking hell. The non-card cheeseways during the second dream sequence, as that is where the actual Gaspers physically show up and drop the... Oh, of course. Oh, shit. Maybe we can do the dream sequence to finish up. We'll see. I don't want to force it. But I always like to finish on a bit of a cliffhanger. Leave a little bit of intrigue for the next one. Got the dino bone. We did it. We fucking did it, boys. Wasn't that bad, actually. Right, we got the dino bone.
We got the dino bone.
Right, Quistis, I have not prepared you, really, with much of anything. We'll just let it fly for now, man. As long as the GFs are being leveled up, you know. Right, we're going to go bump into Mystery Girl from the beginning of the game. If you'll remember, when Squall was coming to after his bout with Cypher in the intro cutscene, this young lady came in to have a little peek at Squall, and she indicated that she knew who Squall was, and she's doing it again. Squall!
Well, Christy.
I forgot about this fight. I knew this was going to happen, but I forgot about this boss fight, man. We'll do it, man. We just did the T-Rex. We'll be fine. Hero drinks and all that shit, man. It's all coming back to me now. Like, there's some tech in this game, man. We really were jaded when we were younger. We were wrong to dislike the junction system initially. I understand why people had a problem with it. It wasn't properly explained in the game, but comparable to Materia, maybe not as cool as Materia because you can't code with it. You can't experiment quite as much. There is still a layer of there is still a ceiling there for experimentation, and I'm all about that. What do I use weak to? I need to scan you, really. Ah, fuck it, we'll just kill yous. Just kill yous. There's no Chadley in this game, man. I think we'll be fine. Just stock up. Quistis, man. Oops, I need to be hitting the minions, not him. Stupid move. Very silly. Eat on my shit. I don't like buggers. Oh, you know what? I can't even be bothered. I need to play my settings, so I've got target memory on and stuff like that. Make sure we're on weight. We'll try and go for early Diabolos as well and stuff like that, man. Like, apart from the robot scuffle during the Dalet mission, I would like to try and get away with the other early challenge battles. Squall can sell it down about buying some Bitcoin, man. Better buy it quickly, man. You might be going over 100k again soon. Andrew, if you're buying Bitcoin in 1998, you certainly know the signs. I don't even know when Bitcoin became a thing, actually, thinking about it. Oh no, my protection wore off. Christies, I haven't got any protection. Riveting. Riveting scenes, man. Yeah, very distinct difference between how this title represents magic compared to the others. In the other ones, it's often sacred or a transformative force. It's often tied to either the divine or to nature, but by contrast, 8 strips magic of all of its mystique. It's very upfront about it. In a very interesting way, because we hadn't really seen it being so upfront in other Final Fantasies before. Like I say, normally it's some mystical, revered, ancient inheritance or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that you can't naturally cast magic, whereas all of these guys have pretty free reign over what magic they get and how they use it. It integrates it into the broader system of human utility and conflict. We've got a big modernistic shift in the way of storytelling. Fantasy kind of serves as a lens to explore human struggles rather than being solely a spectacle of wonder, if that makes sense. So I think that's why the human components are so... Those are the components that stick with people. It's not necessarily the action for Final Fantasy VIII. I would say it's more the world characters and the feeling that it gives you. But the way that it handles issues by kind of sidelining magic to be a thing that doesn't need to be discussed too much, it allows the writers to focus more on character writing, which is always a net positive in my book. It's that whole thing about natural order, excuse me. In earlier titles, technology often disrupted the natural order. Think about Magitech in Final Fantasy VI, or Mako energy in Final Fantasy VII, or speaking of Final Fantasy VII, it can be symbolized by existential threats like Genova, who represents a lot of things, man. But ultimately, it's the concept of corruption, this spiritual corruption that has been perpetuated and spread through the ill use of technology. In Final Fantasy VII, technology is not really shown in a good light, but here it's a little bit different, man. The normalization of magic reflects a shift in the depictions of progress and its implications. The Balam, Galbadia, and later Trabia Gardens are technologically advanced facilities that function as schools, military academies, and self-sustaining ecosystems, if you like. But their seamless integration into the world reflects the game's portrayal of technology as a part of daily life, rather than as a scary alien force. These gardens kind of represent humanity's ability to coexist with technology and use it for education, governance, warfare, but doing a good job of highlighting its dual potential for creation and destruction. Later on, we're going to be introduced to the nation of Esthar. And I'll have a lot more to say about technology then. But in contrast to Final Fantasy VII, we can sideline these concepts a little bit more than we were doing during that playthrough, because we went off in the deep end immediately about East-West, social economics, politics, real-world conflicts, how real-world conflicts tie into Shinra and Genova, and why Sephiroth lacked a solid identity, leading to him becoming the fallen angel of capitalism, if you like. In this, we're going to just get the up and front human dynamics, which are easier to comment and talk about, but it will mean that we're discussing less minutiae in terms of real world parallels. Although, as I've said, there are parallels to be made between the way that the education systems are depicted in Final Fantasy VIII to the real world school systems of Japan, which, to my understanding, haven't evolved too much from their salaryman canon trajectory roots. For the most part, Japanese school kids are put on the salaryman trajectory very early on, and they're expected to work incredibly fucking hard. And if they don't, they dishonor the family. The family is humiliated because other parents start commenting. It's ruthless, and hopefully something that has changed since Final Fantasy VIII has been put out. But I can only imagine that the developers are making some sort of commentary on how ruthless it is getting onto the career ladder in Japanese culture. Still definitely is a big problem for Japanese industries, but with their attitudes on sexuality and gender kind of chilling out a little bit, I can only hope they continue to be more progressive in social economic contexts as well. I'm not holding my breath, and this also isn't really a discussion about Japanese thing, but it informs the context of the media that we're commentating over. So it bears mentioning in my mind anyway. That's the sort of stuff that I will aim to go for, because a lot of the time when people are doing readings of Final Fantasy games, it's something that they won't mention. Either they're not aware of it, or they don't think broadly enough. This isn't me trying to blow smoke up my ass and say I'm the smartest Final Fantasy player. Not at all, man. That honor goes to Jared, obviously. I can only be as informed as the game tells me to be. But I understand that games come from somewhere. I've studied game development myself. I'm a borderline indie dev again at the moment. I'm kind of working on a few small things at the moment. So for me, it's interesting to think about the human component behind the games, how the narrative is being informed by the developers' experiences, i.e. Hibinori Sakaguchi's grief over the loss of his mother during the development of Final Fantasy III, bleeding into the themes of grief and grief really, and acceptance in Final Fantasy VII. If you don't have the Moogle card, I'm never going to play you again, child. You're just the worst, aren't you, little boy child? You're just the worst boy child. Where are your parents? You make me stick to my stomach, boy pants. You make me sick to my stomach, boy pants. The audacity of you beating me, a man-boy child. Traumatized man-boy child. Prodigy man-boy child. Oh boy. Eat my shit. Eat my adolescent shit. Boy pants. Oh, fuck! Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Shit, where am I going? Girls, do you know where I'm going? Do you know where I'm going? Eh? Do you know? That's what I mean. It's why that guy got lost on his way to the fire cavern, man. I'm gonna go to the gates just to see if I've got any friends waiting for me. Hey, I'm nowhere near the smartest person when it comes to FFA. I still haven't figured out what time to arrive at the cafeteria before hot dogs sell. Appreciate you, man. That's a fantastic Final Fantasy VIII joke.
Made it.
Keyboards are prohibited within garden. Have you forgotten?
Oops, sorry. But this is really cool. It may come handy on a state mission someday.
We'll be the judges of that. In a scene later on, you can see this garden faculty members zipping about on this board, G-board, whatever it's called. Nah, just kidding. Nevertheless, you're still students at this garden. Furthermore, because you are seeds, you must set an example to all others and abide by the garden's rules. Understood? You'd think Sid should be the one laying down the law. Again, the faculty are proving to be quite bullish in places that you probably wouldn't expect them to be. You are to go to Timber. There you will be supporting a resistance faction. That is your mission. A member of the faction will contact you at Timber Station. This person will talk to you and say, the forests of Timber sure have changed. At this time, you must reply, but the owls are still around. That is the password. Just follow the faction's orders. All right.
Just us three? Good.
Correct. We have agreed to do this mission for very little money. Normally, we would never accept such requests, but...
You don't talk about that. Well then, Squall, you are the squad leader. Use your judgment based on the situation.
Telling Sophie you have to support Squall and give your all to carry out the faction's plans. All right, okay. Oh, and Squall. I forgot to give you this. It's a cursed item, but if one with power use. With a magical lamp. We will wait until we get to... We'll wait a bit longer before we find out what the magical lamp does. I don't fancy my fucking chances at the moment. Let's get a little bit... Oh, you bastards. Junction. All right. Hell, go to hell.
They'll go to hell.
Sophie, help me. Sophie, where you at, my dear? Look at her. Ain't she the cutest? Ain't she the most adorable thing you ever seen? We'll probably be keeping Sophie in the lineup, I think. There are going to be opportunities to have all the characters in the core lineup. Like I say, this game does a very good job of branching paths down the road. So the party splits up and each side of the party go and do different things. Right, I believe we are going to Balam train station. The stream has been up for nearly 5 hours. So I say we do this next little sequence and put a bookmark in it. Shit, I don't know if I want to stream tomorrow yet. I truly don't know. We will see. We'll see. We'll share the Discord link in case any of you would like to hop in. It's quite a it's a private Discord, mostly full of old school supporters and the like, but very tight community. We've been running it for a while. If that does interest you, or if you just need more prompt alerts on streams and stuff like that, because I won't always schedule to the best of my ability with the tools afforded to me via YouTube. We'll see. At the moment, I've just got urges to play these games, man. So, Oh my God, did I just spend the money? I need to get the fucking ticket. Yeah, yeah, take it back. I've got the receipt, bro. You need to, hey. 10. A few of those, man. Yeah, thank you, BB. The Discord does need a mighty tidy up. I'll get around to that, but I'll probably prioritize stream production stuff first. Thank you very much for sharing that, babe. You're all more than welcome. You're all a sound lot. Okay. We got a bit of a left hook coming during this little train sequence. And I'm going to use it to create a bit of intrigue for next time. Because it really is a hell of a left hook. But a beautiful bit of storytelling. And an introduction to one of the best characters in JRPG. Opinion.
Transcontinental railroad, baby. It even runs through an underwater tunnel to get your timber. Pretty cool, huh?
What is?
Guess you're not interested. By the way, Squirrel, you have to use the ticket to get in, sir.
Love you, Zell. Keep on being you. Okay, we can go inside now. Look at this train, by the way. How beautiful is this train? I am obsessed with the interior design of this game and the exterior design, man. The architecture bleeds from a bunch of places. Balam typically is compared to Greece, what with its blue waterfront and its blue roofings and stuff like that. Dailing features the Arc de Triomphe, so we can probably pretty easily say it's inspired by Bari. And Dollet also has some Western architectural themes, although I can't put a finger on what. Maybe even fucking like the UK. What were it? Cobblestones and whatnot. Maybe. I'm not too sure. When the rules specify not a bit of law behind that. We originally had the custom URL. Sorry, UL. We sniped it. By sniped it, I mean we built a bot so that when it became available, we would receive the URL. Unbeknownst to us, the server that we sniped the URL from was a pretty vibrant, racist, and young Minecraft community. And they weren't happy about it. They weren't happy about it. I've never been called the N-word so much in my life. I got pet pal. Yes. I forgot that was there. There'll be a lot of that that needs updating, especially on those rules. The rules stand, but I think it tries to link to a channel that doesn't exist anymore. Okay, we're going to humor Zell, and he's going to start to show us his love for history. He's going to tell us a bit about Timber. Timber used to be a country surrounded by deep forests, but 18 years ago, Galbadia invaded. Timber fell quite easily to Galbadia, so now Timber is under Galbadian occupation. It's said there's a whole bunch of resistance factions, big and small. And? Nope, that's it. You have a Minecraft server. Oh yeah, true we do. We've got a Valheim server at the moment. If anybody plays Valheim, fucking let us know, man. Yeah, they took it super serious, man. We were just smarter, man, but we weren't ready for that, and we relented as well. We kept that URL for a while, until I couldn't be asked paying for boosts. But they were not happy about it. I jumped into a voice chat with one of them on stream once, and it was very funny. I just had like a 12-year-old girl calling me the N-word for a good 5 minutes before one of my mods kicked her out, man, because I think he understood that it probably wasn't good for my stream. Sometimes I'm a bit naughty like that. What can I say? Okay. All the characters, Zell, Selfie, and Squall, upon hearing a high-pitched noise, which may or may not be diegetic, this is the quote-unquote first, the first quote-unquote dream sequence. Stay tuned. Oh, Lagoon, are you sure this is the right way? It's the best battle theme in the whole game. Everybody say hello to Laguna, Kidos, and Ward. This is when the weirdness begins. I'm speechless. I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to talk about this yet. So we're just gonna let it happen for now. Never been called an N-word by a toddler, but it sounds like it was, man. I would have happily sat there and let them do their thing, but some people in the Discord have more sense than me. Let's just say that. But it's a great experience. I highly recommend sniping URLs from Minecraft communities. Laguna, you sure this is the right way? So what the heck is going on, guys? What the fuck? What the actual asshole? Oh boy, not again. Notice all of these transparent or translucent boxes popping up. Those are the internal thoughts of our unconscious party members. Squall, Zell, and Selfie. So we are to believe that these characters are sharing the same dream, and they're all currently, quote-unquote, piloting one of these new characters that we're quickly and forcefully being introduced to for reasons. And I love this song is called Man with a Machine Gun, because Laguna is a man with a machine gun. I think it's actually a submachine gun, but I don't want to upset him. A bit sensitive. God, I fucking love Kiros and Ward as well. I really do. Like, I will say now that Kiros and Ward don't get a whole lot of development, but they are perfect supporting characters to Laguna, who we are going to receive an awful lot of development for. And that is integral to the state of the world as it is and the way that things are going to unfold. There is a big theme of generations and kind of one generation not fulfilling something, but the next generation eventually looping back round without even meaning to, and fulfilling that desire or that motivation. I have to be deliberately obtuse about what I mean for now, but I don't even want to say where we are in a timeline right now. I'm just going to let this event play out, actually. I'm sorry, do you not have dreams of fighting wild mushroom demons with an automatic rifle in the wilderness with strangers on occasion? No, what have I've been dreaming? I've been having fucking stupid dreams. I can't even... I've been dreaming that... Last night I dreamt I was at 3 different universities. It was stressful. And I didn't have a machine gun. Which is pissing me off. If I had a machine gun, it would have been far less annoying. But we move. Oh my God, stop snoozing, man. You can't snooze in dreams, man. It doesn't work like that. You can't sleep in a dream. Unless it's Inception. Stop putting me to sleepies. Yeah, we're not going to be too long. I'd say probably about 20 minutes. Something like that. Maybe half an hour. I always misjudge. We're going to let this scene finish get to a save point, and we'll pick it up next time. Possibly tomorrow, if not definitely Monday. If you don't see me tomorrow, you probably won't see me all weekend, but I'll be locked in on Monday, and we'll just see how we get on. I will get a schedule going, and be a bit more vocal in the Discord and on YouTube about how we're going to structure this shit. I might even run some polls to check what days are best for people. If people do want to tune in, don't want to risk missing out, I'd rather max my chances of getting yous. But I appreciate all of you today, man. Like, I wasn't too sure how this one was going to go. Just because Final Fantasy VII is a lot easier to talk about. And to be honest, we went ahead with spoilers on Final Fantasy VII. Not big spoilers. I did try and keep it somewhat in hand, but yes, things like Aerith biting the bullet and stuff like that. It's pop culture at this point, man. So we did jump forward a bit for Final Fantasy VII. I'm trying very hard to bite my tongue on discussing later details for Final Fantasy VIII, because then the surprise would be ruined. And I just can't fathom being responsible for taking away Final Fantasy VIII, somebody's first time or experience with Final Fantasy VIII, or a returning experience, man. I imagine it's definitely been a good few years, a good 6-7 years since I last played this, and possibly many more years for some of you as well. So hopefully we'll have a jolly good time for the remainder of the playthrough, man. We've had a pretty good start, I will say. And I've barely been able to touch my notes, man, because the world hasn't fully been set up yet. So a lot of the bigger talking points that are going to come in will gradually be unlocked. There'll be a bit of a reward for sticking around, I guess, and hopefully we will discuss some things that you might not be aware of, or we might even come up with ideas and theories on the way, man. We're going to talk about R equals U, and we might talk about Squall is blank a little bit, but I'm a far bigger advocate for R equals U. I think as far as fan theories go, you can't get much better than that, baby. And I will say, Kitase actually walked his debunking back, because both of those theories were debunked. They were said, Kitase said verbatim, no. But they've kind of turned around on this. There is a reference to R equals U in Dissidia, and Kitase has been on record saying that if they did consider a remake for Final Fantasy VIII, they might consider looking into the Squall is Dead stuff. Personally, I'd rather they went with the R equals U stuff, because I think thematically it makes more sense. But I do like the Squall is blank theory as well. So when relevant, we'll talk about it. And I really like this next scene as well. I'll try and do it justice with the commentary. But this is quite a... what's the right way to put this? My mode of speaking doesn't really align with the tone of the scene that's about to play out. But I'll try not to say fuck poo-poo, and just be sensible when these characters are talking about things. This song is called Under Her Control, and it might be my favorite song in the entire game. I'm currently in the process of sampling this. This is the song that my head goes to every time I think of Final Fantasy VIII. I absolutely adore it. And welcome to Daling City. This is the city that I believe is inspired by Paris, because it features an actual ass Arc de Triomphe. So who could say otherwise? It does look distinctly European in architecture one way or another. and it's all around a fucking heck of a place to be. Ha ha ha!
A goo goo doo goo doo goo doo boo doo 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 doo. I love Laguna Kiddos and what they are my friends.
Oh, this game, man! Like I've not my brain's not really caught up with the fact that we're playing this right now. I think the next stream's going to be pretty explosive, man. Whilst my brain kind of acclimates to the fact that I'm able to play this game with a lovely amount of support from you lot as well. I'd talk about this game on my own, man. You know, for a while it was just me and BB for the most part. So, any and all custom. Perfect. One of these options is grayed out. We're to presume that means that it is not the thoughts of the character that we are embodying right now, but the thought of Squall, who I believe is quote-unquote piloting Laguna, the leader of this new trio. I'm there.
Is this a dream? Laguna's pretty cute. What's happening to me, boys?
Laguna voice. See how it goes.
We're all going out tonight, right, boys?
May I take your order? The usual. Hot cakes. Me too. Keep them coming. And here she is, man. So Laguna, Julia should be making her appearance soon. Ward says, you going for it tonight? Son, player. Kiddo says, yeah, go for it, man. Go for it, boss. Whatever, man. Can't you see she's working, boss? Don't go back on your word, fam. Come on, go wave to her. Yeah, break, man. I can't be... Oh, you say, but we know you'll do it. Goofy. Oh, Laguna has a bit of a crush on the beautiful lady playing the piano right now. And even though this is a completely inappropriate time to approach her, given she's doing her job and probably just wants to be left alone, we're going to go and try and hit on her anyway. I believe these two officers are Biggs and Wedge. Nope, I made that up. To be able to listen to Julia play on a day like this, oh baby, this is turning out to be a lovely night.
Baby's always wedging. Oh, just don't bother me in my time of bliss.
Right, let's go see if we can hit it off with Julia.
This close to...
I see. Look at this shot, man. Beautiful.
My leg's cramping up.
Bad. Cringe. Didn't go very well. Good work, Laguna. Way to go, Laguna. Here, sit down. Fucking assholes, man. Mission successful. Here, have a seat, wanker. Hey, you dickhead, man. I didn't think you'd actually do it, you spaz. Our popularity rating's gone up a point. You D-bag, man. What are you doing, you funny? Yeah, you cut a pretty pitiful figure up there. I'd say you're about a -3 on the manliness scale, you pussy hole.
Say what you want. Julia sure is pretty.
Who scouts Laguna? we're taking off, fam.
What's the rush? What's the... Hey, come on. Calm down. Calm down. What's the rush?
It's on us tonight, Laguna. Stay and rest a while, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh, my girl. This song is called Roses and Wine. Another one of my favorites. Hey,
Yeah, fucking hell, man. What's with this? Yeah, fucking hell, man. You're well fit. You are, man. You're fucking gorgeous.
Did I interrupt anything?
No, not at all. But please, sit down. Oh, man, it's really her. What do I do? Kill us? Would? Help? What do I say?
That's more of a fucking Brummy accent, man. Fuck it. It's fantasy, man. It's fantasy accents. Fantasy accents.
But man, she is fucking fit, isn't she? She's gorgeous. What?
Are you okay now?
Kind of.
How's your leg?
Leg? Oh, listen, okay, it's fine. Happens all the time when I get nervous.
Were you nervous?
Yeah. Still kinda.
You can relax. You don't have to get nervous around me.
Sorry, love. Sorry, pet.
Hey, would you like to talk somewhere private? I have a room.
In your room?
It's pretty hard to talk freely here. Everyone's listening in. If you'd like to, please come by. I've been wanting to talk to you. You don't want to?
Of course I do.
I'll go ahead and wait for you. Ask for my room at the front desk, okay? I really put myself out there today, man. It's been a while since we had to do this many fucking...
Am I dreaming?
This is a dream. That's Squall's in a monologue, I guess.
No, this can't be a dream.
This is too weird to be a dream.
Julia wants to talk to me.
Talks to him.
Just the two of us. Get it together, Laguna.
Whatever.
Screwed up by talking about myself too much. Please be like that, but not tonight. I'm all ears for Julia. Now, time to use my manly charm and help Julia with her problem.
A lady problem. Right, let's see if we get a round of applause from these lot. Pretty bold for just a grunt. Julia this, Julia that. Yeah, I'll fix you. Send you off to war a million miles away, you prick. Today's my special day, but Julia chose you. Why? Why must it always be like this? And why must it be on this day of all days? All right. Watch says, can you really carry on a conversation with Julia? Make sure the conversation's sophisticated.
No worries, man. That's like my specialty.
One wouldn't say you converse, though. All you do is yap, never listen, boss. All right. Well, fuck you guys. I'm going to go get my Billy played with. A quick save point. Laguna. It's for hotel guests only. Well, I've got an invite. Welcome, just checking in. Which is Julia's room?
Wait.
You really going? Aha, Mr. Laguna Loire, I've been expecting you. Let me show you to Miss Julia's room. Miss Julia. Look at these interiors, man. Thanks for coming.
I haven't come yet. Oh, no, you're welcome.
Have a seat. I feel well awkward wearing that fucking, all that armor and stuff. He's giggling at me, man.
Yippee, yeah.
Going so soon? We haven't even talked yet.
Yippee-ki-yay. No, it's not that. I'm a big fan of yours. But I'm really kind of nervous, you know.
But that's why you come to hear me play so.
And why you saw me? You saw me doing that, did you?
You were always smiling while listening, right? You have beautiful eyes, though they look a bit scared now. Don't worry. I'm not going to pluck 'em and eat 'em. I'm not going to pluck 'em and eat 'em. Eat 'em. Eat 'em. Just want to talk, gazing into. Would you like a drink? Wine, perhaps? Roses and wine?
I must be dreaming.
I quite like Scouse Laguna or Scouse Brummy Laguna.
Yeah, I don't like fighting too much, but you get to travel, you know, see new places and stuff. And it's fun, you know, because Kiros and me and Kiros and Ward are always with me. We'll be running around and I'll get to shoot a gun like crack, 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 crack. Yeah, we should go out drinking sometime, what do you say? And what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I want to quit the army and become a journalist. So I can tell people about all the things I've seen on my travels.
He's already loosened up. Oh, Squall's giving him some props.
So, like, the other day, one of my articles made the readers column. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, that was way cool, man. Fucking ace, that was.
I'm happy for you.
Oh, yeah. And then... Yikes, I'm talking too much again. Wanna get it on then?
Yes?
Tell me about yourself, like, your dreams and that for the future.
I want to sing. Not just play the piano, but sing too.
Oh, I'd really love to hear it.
But I can't. I'm no good at writing lyrics.
Oh, that must be tough.
But thanks to you, I think I can come up with some.
What? For me?
The many faces you've shown me. Times when you were hurt, worried, or felt pain deep inside you. Your smile, your face, eyes. This is fucking easy, bro. God bless you, Pudgy. You've shown me something. I think I can come up with a song.
Wow, I must be dreaming.
Not a dream, is it? Levels, man, because it's a quote-unquote dream sequence. Dreams within Leonardo's. Laguna, new orders found. Meet by the presidential resistance on the double bus. Can we meet again?
Of course. I have to come hear you sing.
Train announcement. Next stop, Timber. Timber. Next stop, Timber. Timber.
Were we all...
Were we all asleep? Oh, fucking hell.
Maybe someone would grease some sleeping gas. There's lots of people who resent seed.
Maybe. Better be careful.
Not missing anything. Anyone hurt?
She got Ugg boots on. Borderline Ugg boots. Expect the hustle. Don't know if Ugg boots are combat ready. I don't think so.
What a relief. Whoa, hey, woo, woo.
Everything's cool with me.
I had such a nice dream.
I had a dream too. Wasn't nice though. I dreamt I was a moron. Moron. We'll be arriving in Timber shortly. For those getting off, please be sure to change your undies when you go home.
But seriously, Sir Laguna was so cool.
Wait a minute, we had the same dream. Hey, there was a Laguna in my dream too. He's a Galbadian soldier, right? Laguna, Kiddos, and Ward.
Huh? That's it?
That's what?
No way we can understand this.
Let's just concentrate on our first meet. He's on. I guess you're right. Okay, boys. Okay. We'll put this incident on hold. I'll report it to the headmaster once we get back to Garden. Professor Dumbledore, are these dreams not actually dreams? I don't know, Harry. Don't really care. I checked out a long time ago. I just make you do everything now. Right. And with that, I think we'll hit the save point, then I'm outie. As I say, if I'm not here tomorrow, I'll probably skip the weekend and I'll be here on Monday. I will get a schedule sorted out so I can be a little less scattershot in regards to my availability or when to best expect me. But we'll lock into Final Fantasy for a bit, boys. I do want to play 16 at some point, so why not do it on stream? Our next target is Rebirth, obviously. And this should get us... I imagine we might complete this with a few days to spare, but we'll see. I'm sampling this at the moment as well. Jesus Christ.
Please, please, this way, sir.
Thank you, Auntie. So I think the next one we'll be able to open up the talking points a bit more. I've had to bite my tongue a bit at times on this one, but I appreciate it. If you've had a good time, I've certainly had a good time. We're all winning, and we'll keep on unpacking this as we go, certainly. Thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Alvi. Thank you, Pudgy. Thank you, Jared, and everybody else that's checked in. Yeah, we're going to lock in. If you're unable to make any of the streams, I'll keep the VODs up here. If at any point I move the VODs, if the channel goes back to focusing on music or whatever, we'll just open up another fucking channel. I probably will always stream from here, but we might at some point lump the VODs over the fence. But I'll make sure that everybody knows where they're going. For the time being, I'm not releasing any other content on the channel, so yeah. But yeah, it's been a fucking blast, and a way better turnout than I could have hoped for. Given this game is quite polarizing, I was very impressed to see people that had an interest in Final Fantasy VIII. Certainly, what with the reverence that the gaming community at large has for Final Fantasy VII, I would have expected a bigger turnout on Final Fantasy VII, believe it or not. And like I say, I'm not focused on turnout, man. Whether or not I get company, I'll still be here talking shop, man. It's always better, though, if I've got people who are enjoying it, who I can bounce ideas off, point out things that I might be absolutely wrong about, as Jared and Tommy have done successfully so far. Yeah, fucking perfect. The job, the goal for me will be try and teach the veterans something they don't know about the game, or to unpack it in a way, not teach might be the wrong word, but to unpack it in a way that they haven't thought about it before. We're going to get into some pretty heavy themes later on, and maybe not as dark as some of the themes we discussed with Final Fantasy VII, but dark themes nonetheless. Those adult themes that we can use to give ourselves license to play fantastical games made for children. But I'm being facetious. These games do have levels. They are suitable for kids. I wouldn't have any issues with my kids playing 7, 8, or especially 9. given how well I turned out. Fuck, shit, poo poo, cunt. But yeah, it's been a good one, and I will catch you either tomorrow. If not, it will definitely be Monday. This is look after yourself. Go drink some water.
What does it mean then, Randy? Huh? The fuck does it mean?
I understand it.
Oh, you do, do you? No, you don't, because it's fucked.
So I never expected Trump charging into a goblin's nest to not get some goblin vomit and slop and blood on him. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin.
Or before you came along, I didn't know what love was.
What does it mean then, Randy? Huh? What the fuck does it mean?
I understand it.
Oh, you do, do you? No, you don't, because it's fucked. What does it mean then, Randy? Huh? What the fuck does it mean?
I understand it.
Oh, you do, do you? No, you don't, because it's fucked.
It's crazy. Come home from work, you see a rat. It could be daylight, you see a rat.
It's a nice day to rat. It's always a nice day to rat. There's never not a day to rat.